ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this afternoon or heading into tonight's live commentary coverage of North Wilkesboro Speedway's NASCAR Cup Series return to points-paying racing, as this evening is the first race in 30 years at the Speedway in a traditional points-paying event. And here tonight, Ryan Blaney starting on pole after qualifying washed out yesterday afternoon, trying to go back-to-back after a dominating win at Atlanta last week and a career-best 8 straight top 10 finishes entering tonight's action. It is also the semifinals of the in-season tournament challenge, where we will be down to just 2 drivers next weekend at Indianapolis competing for a $1 million bonus and winning the in-season bracket challenge. And coming into this race as well, now a tighter battle than ever, at least since the very start of the season when it comes to the regular season championship, with Blaney dominating in win last week, Denny Hamlin getting hot over the summer months, taking the points lead from Tyler Reddick, and of course the early good start to the season that Tyler Reddick has a 3-headed race for the regular season championship. All mathematically could take the points lead at the end of the race here tonight. And all of that, much more to follow, the chase bubble battle, as well as we get into what is the fifth to last race of the NASCAR Cup Series regular season, and a slightly early start time for this evening's race as well. I do want to start the stream off by apologizing that I was not able to finish off the stream last Sunday night of the NASCAR Cup Series Quaker State 400 at Atlanta. Of course, there was about a 3.5 to 4 hour rain delay. It was already a Sunday night race as it was. I had to work the next morning, and my work schedule, I work from 3 a.m. in the morning, Monday through Wednesday, and then Friday all the way to 1 o'clock p.m., a 10-hour shift, 410s. Because of the race not getting restarted until midnight, there was no way I was going to be able to stream and then go into work on literally zero sleep. By the time that race got over, from what I heard, it was about 2 a.m. local time for me. I would have been getting up at like 2:15 a.m. local time. Literally, when my alarm went off, the race finished 15 minutes before that. And that was even staying up late enough to kind of see if I can get going and get that stream in. And then only going in on 4 hours of sleep as it was. So I tried. I could not succeed. I do have sick time now accumulated, so if for whatever reason we see rain this evening, that same thing will not happen. We will finish out the stream. We will finish out the race, and I will just go into a little bit later. And I'm going to save that sick time for any night races to come the rest of the season. I know most of the night races the rest of the year are actually going to be Saturday night races, so we might not run into the same issue again, but for whatever reason, if we do, that will be on the back burner, so I don't have to miss the finish of the stream. And I also want to apologize because that's the second race I've actually missed the finish of. Because we had a power outage, or I had a power outage because of some very heavy thunderstorms during the Pocono race last month as well, and missed about the last 50 laps of that race. We were streaming, and then the stream literally cut off, and I was without power for a couple of hours. And by the time I actually did get the power back on, there was like 5 laps to go in the race, and there was just not going to be enough time to actually get the stream up and running again. And obviously we missed the end of that one. So obviously this is becoming, I don't want to say a bad habit. It's just been unfortunate over the last month that that's happened, because the only race I can remember missing since doing weekly live commentary streams would have been Sonoma in 2022, which was the first year of doing all of the Cup Series live commentary streams. And at that time, we were only doing the Cup Series, and that's because I had actually lost my phone, and I had to get a new phone at Verizon at that time because of losing it the night before. And I had to wait till they opened the next day, and I went back to the destination where I thought I had lost it. I did not find it, so that was a high priority of mine that weekend. So in almost 4 years of the channel, we've only missed 3 scheduled races, and 2 of them have happened to be in the last 4 to 5 weeks. So hopefully we don't miss any more. Obviously, you know, when you try to stream every single weekend for these races, outside of races that I've gone to in person, you're bound to run into issues where I get a heavy thunderstorm and the power gets knocked out, or, you know, something of that nature. A NASCAR race runs until 2 a.m. and I still have a full-time job elsewhere, and I can't fulfill my duties here to finish the stream because I have duties other places, I should say, that I have to get things done on that side. Yesterday, qualifying was washed out, so we have only had 1 stream so far this weekend. That was a truck race yesterday afternoon, dominated by Chandler Smith, who will win tonight's race. 450 laps of short track Sunday night action. Going to be a lot of fun later this evening. Now, to start the streams, as we usually do for the live commentary Cup Series races, we do some trivia. This week's trivia is going to be the last 10 winners at each NASCAR track that is on the schedule today. So any of the tracks that are on the schedule in 2026, we got to name the last 10 winners. We have not done this quiz ever before, so it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to go about. They do have exhibition races on there, like the Clash at the LA Coliseum, Bowman Gray. And it looks like they've got the Clash also at Daytona listed on here, road course. So those will probably be a little bit tough for me, honestly. I think we could definitely go with a full 100% score on this. I feel pretty confident. Alphabetical order seems to be the way the tracks are listed. We'll see if that works out for us. And I'm ready to have a lot of fun with this. All right, so first quiz of the evening, and you guys can play along, obviously, in the chat. Let's get into this. Let's try to get a perfect score. We got 10 minutes on the clock. We're going to go all the Atlanta races first. We're going to go Suarez. We got Ryan Blaney, and this is updated as of last week. Tyler Reddick is a winner there. Christopher Bell is a winner there. Joey Logano, William Byron, and Chase Elliott. Okay, so Atlanta is done. Auto Club, we got Busch. Kyle Busch on here 4 times. Okay, Denny Hamlin was not on there. Joey Logano, not on there. All right, let's think here. Let's reset. Keselowski. Brad's on that list. Kyle Larson, I know, is on that list a couple times. Truex is on that list. Alex Bowman is there. And then 2016, was that Kenseth? No, Kenseth's on the list somewhere else, so. 2016 Auto Club Speedway. 2016 Auto Club Speedway. I might have to circle back to that so I'm not wasting too much time. Gibbs won at Bristol earlier this season. I just threw Bubba Wallace in there. Last year he won at Indy Van Gisbergen. Oh, all I had to do was put Van in. I already knew where I was going with that. Chase Briscoe is on here at several tracks. I know Ryan Newman's going to be on the list. Tony Stewart at Chicagoland. Coda Chastain is going to be on here a bunch. Hocevar at Talladega this season. Corey Heim, San Diego.
Pretty amazing.
Oh, ad started playing on me. That was weird. Allmendinger. He's going to be on here a couple different times. Kevin Harvick.
Pretty amazing, right?
He's going to be on here. That ad keeps popping up on me. I don't like that. Got 273 of 310 already. Rockingham. Okay. I didn't realize that was going to be on the schedule or on this side of things. Let's go. Dale Jarrett, Bobby Labonte, Casey Kane. Oh, shoot. Kane didn't win there. Chris Buescher is on here a few times as well. I didn't put him yet. Austin Dillon at Richmond the last 2 years. Stenhouse. Cole Custer. Okay, so they counted Kentucky Speedway on here, I do believe, for him to be on the list. Clash winner this year was Ryan Preece. 2020 Clash winner Eric Jones, and he's going to be on here for Darlington a couple times. Daytona. 2019 Clash. Was that the one Paul Menard won? Jimmy Johnson won that. That's right. I forgot about Jimmy Johnson winning the Clash that year. Gateway in 2024. Okay, so we had Logano, Busch. 2024 Gateway. I didn't put a Josh Berry win at Vegas on here yet. Jeff Gordon win at Rockingham. One of those times, no, but he is on the list somewhere. I don't know where I got Jeff Gordon, but Michael McDowell won the Daytona 500 and also the last Indy road course race. 300 of 310. Which races am I missing right now? 2021 New Hampshire. That was Almirola. Still got Johnny Benson won at Rockingham. That was an 02. Joe Nemechek won there in 2001. Jerry Nadeau? No, that wasn't at Rockingham. Steve Park won the other 2001 race at Rockingham. Okay. All-Star Race 2014. Jamie McMurray. 2011 All-Star Race. Oh, gosh. Who have I not named yet? 2011 All-Star Race. Still missing Gateway for 24. I don't know why I'm struggling on that. Fall Talladega of last year. That's wasn't that Briscoe? Oh, spring. Sorry, spring Dega of last season. I was gonna say that. Okay, so Cindric won that one. Yeah, I was at that race. Cindric also won a Gateway. That finished that up. Okay, so I'm missing two. I've done this all on my own so far. I kind of want to just finish it out that way. 2011 All-Star Race. Carl Edwards. That was the year he did the donut in the grass and he tore up the front fender of his race car. Okay. What other one am I missing? I'm missing one more. I'm trying to find it. Daytona 2024 summer, Harrison Burton. Boom. 310 of 310. We had 10 minutes on the clock, and I got it done in 5 minutes and 53 seconds. Let's go. So 5:53 on the clock. Perfect score. And we're going to do one more quiz because I flew through that one. Yeah, we'll do one more. Terry Lewis, Bam Hall, Cassie Stroll, Tim Fowler, welcome to the stream. JoJo, shout out to you as well. Robert Goodrich, Mark Guest, Marcus Villarreal, and others. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Got about 60 viewers watching early on. Doing some NASCAR trivia. Average score was actually really high at 93%. We're going to back up, and we're going to do another quiz. And we're going to do... Okay, there was winners at each track. 2026 drivers of the top 3 series. And this is updated weekly. So 15 minutes on the clock. We have to name everybody who has started in all 3 series in 2026. This is going to be so hard. Especially when we get into some of the back markers in the Truck and O'Reilly series that are like road course ringers and stuff. This is going to be difficult. I don't expect to get a perfect score on this one, so I'm glad we did on the first one. I have not done this quiz yet this season. I think we just got to start with the Cup Series here first. It does give us the numbers that they raced. That's huge. Okay, so we're going to do Cup Series and then kind of just go in chronological order. I'm going to need the chat's help on this one. As we get further along. We do have an extra 5 minutes on this one, but it's going to be a lot harder. All right, so we're going to go Cup Series first. Number 1 car, that would be Ross Chastain. Then we got Cindric on here as well. Austin Dillon in the 3. Gregson in the 4. Larson. We also got a Ty Dillon in there as well. And it also counts the other series that they raced in this season. So if we get all the Cup guys, they'll account for other series that they've raced in as well. Denny Hamlin in the 11. Ryan Blaney in the 12. Chase Elliott in the 9. The 8, Kyle Busch. 7, Suarez. And Keselowski in the 6. Then we got Allmendinger in the 16, the 17 is Buescher, Bell in the 20, Briscoe in the 19, Byron in the 24, Wallace in the 23, 33 has been Austin Hill, and we're going to get a lot of Hills there, Timmy Hill as well. Austin Hill, Jesse Love has also made starts in that car this year. Logano's in the 22, 21, Josh Berry. 34 is going to be Gilliland. Todd Gilliland, Riley Herbst in the 35, Zane Smith, and then we're going to get some Chandler Smiths in there as well, Sammy Smith, Cole Custer in the 41, Reddick in the 45, 44, J.J. Yaley, Stenhouse in the 47, 43, Eric Jones, Nemechek in the 42. Oh, man, the 40. Oh, Allgaier. That was the JRM Daytona 500 entry. Justin Allgaier, and he also had a start in the 48 this year. Bowman in the 48. I know Anthony Alfredo had a start in the 48. 62. Jesse Love's made some starts in that car this year. Oh, no, maybe that was last season. Casey Mears. Okay. Ryan Preece in the 60. Ty Gibbs in the 54. Hocevar 77. McDowell 71. Zilich in the 88. Van Gisbergen 97. 91. That was oh shoot, who was in that car a couple weeks ago? Former F1 driver. I'll come back to that. Jimmy Johnson in the 84. 78 BJ McLeod. Catherine Legg make a start in the 78 this year? Yes, she did. Corey Heim in the 67. Some other starts in the 66. 51 is Cody Ware. All right. Who literally, he teed off Noah Gregson a couple weeks ago in the 91 car. Kevin Magnuson. Yes, thank you, chat. Magnuson. I can't believe I spelled that correctly on the first try. All right. Who else has made starts? 70. Oh, Daniel Dye in the 78. He made a cup start this year. The 44. Outside of J.J. Yaley, Chad Fincham. That's 66. Fincham. And he's starting this week, too. Who else am I missing in the cups? The 44 and the 66. I might have to come back to that. I don't want to waste too much time on those guys. Sheldon Creed, did he make a cup start this year? No. Okay. I'm just trying to think of guys who would have been in the. So we got all the cup guys minus the 44 and the 66. I already got J.J. Yaley for the 44. And the 66, I already got Timmy Hill and Chad Fincham. So we're going to, unless somebody in the chat can name that real quick, I'm going to circle back to that. So I put Sheldon Creed 00 already. A lot of drivers in the 0. Garrett Smithley's one of them. We got Sam Mayer. We got the Sieg brothers. Siegs. So many guys have started in the 9 car this year. Oh, man. The 5. Chandler Smith a couple times. J.J. Yaley. So many drivers have started in that car. I'm going to go Harrison and Jeb Burton. Jordan Anderson made a start last week in the 32. Parker Retzlaff for the O'Reilly series. Josh Williams has made some starts again this year. I got to reset my brain. I'm going kind of slow all of a sudden. So Walich, Gray, and we'll get Tanner Gray for the truck series with that. Brandon Jones. All right, got it. Wowza. Yeah, I got to reset my brain. Let's think here. See, the O'Reilly series being off this week, I think really hurts. Quapple. Carson Quapples ran 3 different cars. Raja Karuth. He's been in a few different cars this year. Brennan Poole. Oh, Poole made a start in the 66. Thank you for that. Is that correct? Let me go back up there. No, he did not. Not this year. But he is on here for the other series. Hmm. Did Benedetto ever make any starts this season? Okay, there he is. Austin Green, Nick Sanchez, yeah, Rife. I might have to skip to the truck series. My brain is just not operating correctly for the O'Reilly series right now. 48 car. That's Star Pulley. There it is. That took forever to try to spell. There's been so many drivers that make a start in the 42 car this year. Holy cow. The O'Reilly's. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 drivers have started in the 42 car in the O'Reilly series. I mean, come on. How am I supposed to get all of them? Oh, jeez. Ellis. Yes, Ryan Ellis. Leland Honeyman. Who else is a guy that's Jeremy Clements? Let's go. Dawson Cram. Got both the C brothers. I would have gotten Alfredo already. Another driver in the number 9. Chastain, Jake Finch, Carson Quapple. Who else? SVG. I got him. Landon Castle make any starts this year? Kligerman is on the list. Benson? No. I knew Johnny Benson wasn't on here. Let's skip down to the truck series. Tony Breidinger. I did not spell her name correctly. I don't know how to. I gotta search Tony Breidinger up. I want to make sure I'm spelling it correctly. Tony. Brei Dinger. Dinger. I put IE. Dinger. There we go. Ryan Newman just made a start. Oh, it's not updated. Tony Stewart. Newman literally just made a start this weekend. Clint Boyer. Jamie McMurray. Did Kevin Harvick make a start this year? No. Okay. Elliott Sadler next week, but that's next week. Already got him. Honeycutt. Riggs. Enfinger. Ben Rhodes. Majeski. Cletus. Travis Pastrana a couple times. So many drivers have been in that one truck this year. My goodness. Who finished top 10 in the 45 truck this week? Oh my gosh. That was just yesterday. Landon Lewis. Spencer Davis, Spencer Boyd. My laptop's slowing up on me. Dave Fogelman still in the series? Probably not. Oh, I know. Norm Benning, right? Yeah, let's go, Norm. Two truck. Van Alst make a start this year in the O'Reilly series? Yes, he did. Okay. Can't forget about Greg Van Alst. What about dude who won the ARCA Talladega? Oh, you know what? I know another one I'm missing. Annunziata. Thomas Annunziata was in the one truck. This is so hard. Corey LaJoy, Justin Haley, Hemrick. What else does the chat say? Oh yeah, LaJoy. Joy. Um, Butterbean Queen. Minnie Tyrell. Dexter Bean. uh, I mean, I'm gonna miss so many names on here. It's just so hard to narrow this down. Johnny Sauter make any starts this year? No, no, he did not. Jake Garcia. Huh. I got so many names running through my brain too that Stuart Friesen, Dawson Sutton, yep, Sutton, Friesen. Some other guys on the truck bubble that I'm missing. They're gone a couple weeks ago. Oh yeah, 20 seconds left already. Spurlock. Wesley Slimp. Thanks, chat. Chat's helping a ton here. Kaz Corralo probably's made some starts. There's so many names. 15 minutes is not enough time for this, and I was also panicking under pressure a lot. I'm not going to lie. I mean, obviously, the two I missed in the Cup Series were Joey Gase and Josh Bilicki. So Joey Gase made some starts, or at least one start in the 44. Josh Bilicki in the 66. I know he started twice this year. Alex LeBay, Luke Baldwin. That was the other driver in the number 9 I was missing. Lee Polium, Corey Day. That was bad. That was pretty bad. I mean, I jumped around. I left the O'Reilly series too early because I felt like I was taking too much time. The same thing with Brent Cruz. Giro made a start. Okay, so he made starts in the 19 before Brent Cruz jumped in. That's what that was. Because to be completely honest, I don't know why I don't remember Giro in the O'Reilly series this season. Dean Thompson, of course, a regular there. Baltazar Leguizamon, road course ringer. Mike Snyder's made a start. Blaine Perkins is a regular. I didn't get to Tyler Ankrum. He was on the tip of my tongue when we were doing the truck series, and I just didn't name him. Natalie Decker, Joey Gase again, Blake Lothian, Matt Wilson. I don't know who Matt Wilson is. Patrick Emmerling, Logan Bearden a few times, Nathan Berg, Nick Light, C.J. McLaughlin, Brad Perez, Will Rogers, David Starr. I mean, obviously all names that I call every weekend when we do the live commentary streams. LeVar Scott was on the tip of my tongue when I was doing the Alpha Prime drivers. Preston Pardis, Kyle Kelly, Glenn Reed, Tyler Tomasi, Derek White, Sage Karam, Glenn Reen, Brad Perez, Alex Gwinnett, Mason Maggio, and Jesse Awuji. Greg Golden. Truck Series, again, Brent Cruz was tough. I forgot about Dario Franchitti starting at Tricon. That was at St. Pete. Morgan Baird, Baldwin again, because of course I missed him for the O'Reilly Series 2. Jackson Lee, that's recent weeks. He literally raced in San Diego. Jason White, Ben Mayer, Stephen Parsons, Adam Andretti, same thing there. Graham Doyle, Carter Fadich, Connor Mosack, that's tough. Colt Butcher in the 13. Yeah, I knew I was missing one of the Thor Sport guys. Derek Lemke, Josh Reum, Austin Varco, Colin Braun made a start a couple weeks ago. I think he had a top 10 too. Parker Eatman, Andres Perez, a regular, Mike Christopher Jr. Somebody mentioned that in the chat, and I didn't give myself enough time to put it in there. Frankie Muniz, of course. Carson Ferguson, I don't even know who that is. Tyler, I already said Tyler Tomasi. Chris Wright, Christian Eckes, he's there every week. Jason Kitts Miller, Clay Greenfield, Justin Carroll, Caleb Costner, Justin Marks. Was that at San Diego as well where he started that race? James Hinchcliffe, that was in St. Pete. That's right. Louis Foster was a couple weeks ago in San Diego. Actually, no, Louis Foster was Lime Rock last week, I think. Nathan Nicholson, that was literally just yesterday. And he's probably made some other starts there too. But obviously he's not every week in the 76, considering there's been 3 drivers make a start in that truck this year. Yeah, those are all the ones I missed. I'm scared I didn't get the average score because that's a quiz I'm going to have to redo again later in the season when we get most of the way through the year. I did get above average. Obviously, average score pretty low, 56% for anybody who's tried this quiz. 67% is what we had. So we did get at least to average there. I'm embarrassed about a few of those O'Reilly guys for sure. I skipped out of that series too early when I felt like I was taking too much time to come up with answers. And I'm like, okay, I got to get the usual truck guys here before I forget or run out of time. That makes these quizzes tough. For sure. Thanks a lot for the chat. You guys definitely helped me. I was going to be really close to that average score, but if you guys playing along like you did, I was able to get there. So thank you so much. All right. NASCAR Cup Series, North Wilkesboro Speedway. Let me get the broadcast going on my end. See how far along they are with the pre-race. Shouldn't be too much further from the drop of the green flag. Glad we went live a little early for this one, so we were able to get a little bit of an extra quiz in before the start of the race. We're on commercial at the moment. Window World 450, North Wilkesboro Speedway. North Wilkesboro Speedway. I'm excited for this one. I've been clamoring for North Wilkesboro Speedway points race since they started running all-star races here because I just felt with 40 cars on the track, with it being a short track, you get some lap traffic in there. It's going to produce better racing. We haven't had bad racing, especially by next-gen short track standards. I'd almost argue that this has been the best next-gen short track on a consistent basis, and we've only had half the cars on the track at the same time. So having a full field, there's going to be some lap traffic in there. That's going to create even more great racing as long green flag runs get drawn out here tonight. And we're going to have a lot of that because stages 2 and 3 are 185 laps in length, and they will have to pit for fuel purposes at some point in those 2 stages. First stage, a sprint of 80 laps this evening. Point standings are scrolling across the top of the screen, but as you look on our big screen, I have them up as well. Denny Hamlin, the regular season points leader for the 3rd consecutive week. Tyler Reddick, 24 points back. He gained 20 points at Atlanta a week ago. He went in minus 44. Solid run, a lot of stage points in that one, a good finish. Hamlin, not many stage points, a decent finish. but Reddick did close the gap. Ryan Blaney, max points day, nearly 75 points out of an accumulative possibility of getting 76. The only thing he didn't get was the fastest lap of the race, but he won both stages, won the race, and he led a bunch of laps. He is now just 65 back in third. 4 weeks ago, Ryan Blaney was 165 back. He has now closed the gap 100 points in the last 4 races. Still 5 races to go until the chase after tonight, so 6 including tonight. A lot of short flat ovals at play for Ryan Blaney, including this evening at North Wilkesboro, and he is on the pole. And with only 80 laps in that first stage, he could easily go out and win stage 1 and close the gap some more. Ty Gibbs has closed the gap in recent weeks. He has been hot again. He had a hot stretch at the beginning of the year. He got the win at Bristol. Then he cooled off a bit for about a month and a half. And then he came in at Sonoma. He finished third. He won both stages in that race after qualifying on the pole. The last several weeks, he's had good, consistent runs as well. He's only 126 back. He was over 200 points back a few weeks ago. He, too, much like Blaney, has been very consistent as of the last several weeks. For Blaney, a little bit longer stretch of time than Ty Gibbs. And now Blaney getting an extra win in there versus Gibbs as well has helped Blaney kind of separate himself in that third-place spot in points all alone now. Or at least closing in on the top 2. But Gibbs is not far behind. If he continues the stretch of good luck he has had, and then maybe gets that continuous cool-off from Reddick, Denny Hamlin slips up a couple times, he's right there in the mix as well. Pretty much a 4-horse race for the regular season championship as we go into these final 6 races of the regular season. 5th in points is Chase Elliott with Kyle Larson 6th, Chris Buescher 7th, Carson Hocevar 8th, Christopher Bell 9th, and Chase Briscoe rounding out the top 10 in points. 11th is Daniel Suarez, William Byron in 12th, 13th is Bubba Wallace, and Austin Cindric 14th. Last 2 drivers above the cut line, Shane Van Gisbergen 15th in points, and last driver in entering the evening is Eric Jones. He is 8 points to the good over Joey Logano. A pretty good week at Atlanta last week. A lot of stage points and good finish for Joey. Has closed the gap quite a bit for him. He was actually 20th in points just 2 weeks ago, so now back up to 17th. And we'll see if the 22 car can continue to press forward. He did win one of the All-Star races at North Wilkesboro Speedway with this next-gen car. This is, again, a short flat oval. Mentioned about Blaney being good there. Penske as a whole, pretty good on this style of racetrack. With the next-gen car, I think Logano should have some speed over the next several weeks. He's been very good at Richmond the last couple of years as well. Nearly won there each of the last 2 seasons. And that's coming up in a couple of weeks as well. So good tracks lining up for Logano to try to get into the chase, and if you're in it, maybe he's got a shot. I mean, I know it's a different points format this year, but it's still Joey Logano, and it is an even number year, so you just never know. Ryan Preece, 18th in points, Brad Keselowski, 19th, and Ross Chastain gained 2 spots in points a week ago. He is now up to 20th. That is the chase battle. The only 2 drivers locked into the chase with still 6 races left in the regular season are Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick. Ryan Blaney very close to clinching. He's got a very good probability of being able to clinch on points tonight. And mathematically, Ty Gibbs could get into the chase after this evening's race as well. So that is what we are looking forward to for this evening, the points-paying battles to go along with it. Other shout-outs to those of you tuning in over recent minutes. We got Dean Tate in the chat, AJF, Sid Lanier, Big Bud 369, and several others. Sam I Am, welcome to the stream. Frank Powers playing along with the trivia. Tim Brown, 2575 Cowboy, Patrick Shadley. Thanks for watching, everybody. Sunday night, North Wilkesboro Speedway NASCAR Cup Series action. National Anthem just concluding at the moment. Only other things we have to go through now, the in-season tournament challenge / fantasy league, and then the starting lineup. So the in-season tournament challenge entering tonight. We're down to the semifinals, final 4, if you will. And the matchups are Chase Elliott versus Todd Gilliland, and then Ryan Blaney versus Christopher Bell. My bracket, I had Blaney winning the whole thing, and I had Elliott in the final. So the fact that I got the final 2 still up for grabs tonight, I feel pretty good about that. Chase Elliott does go against Todd Gilliland this evening. I do have Chase Elliott, again, and Blaney in the finals. I would have had Elliott against Hocevar at this point because I felt if Hocevar got to Atlanta, he was going to have a strong car there, and he did. But unfortunately, he got knocked out the week before that by Todd Gilliland at Chicagoland when Hocevar got taken out by Gilliland's teammate Zane Smith in the early laps of that race. But needless to say, Todd Gilliland, miracle run to this point in the season for him. And I'll actually pull up his statistics on short tracks this season just to see how he fares coming into the night. We know Chase Elliott's a pretty solid short track racer. Honestly, one of the better ones in the Cup Series, even in the next gen era. Let's go down in points here. Oh, clicked on ad on the right side of the screen. Todd Gillen, 24th in points entering tonight. Still a shot at the in-season tournament challenge. I think he was a 26th seed overall. Short track races for him this season. If you go back, Bristol, he actually finished 6th at Bristol. That's right. That's right. I forgot about him running top 10 that entire second half of the race. That was by far his best run of the season. Maybe he's got something tonight. Who knows? Martinsville, he was 23rd. That's probably a little bit closer of a racetrack to that of North Wilkesboro. Phoenix, he finished 12th. He's had good runs on shorter, flatter ovals this season. I mean, if Chase Elliott has problems tonight, and I'm not even talking like gets in a wreck or has a speeding penalty. I'm just saying, like, if Chase Elliott unloads just not quick tonight and he runs like 15th to 20th, Todd Gillen could beat him. Again, a 12th at Phoenix, a 6th at Bristol for Gillen this year. 23rd at Martinsville is a question mark, but those are really the only shorter ovals we've gone to so far this season. It's been quite some time since the last one. There's a little bit of promise that literally 2 of the top 3 finishes Gillen has had this year has been on short tracks. So we'll see. Chase Elliott had a win earlier in the year at Martinsville. He won at Bowman Gray last season when it comes to short track racing. I think he had a good run at Bristol, but I'll double check on that. Phoenix, he finished 23rd. So Gillen beat him at Phoenix this year, 12th to 23rd. Bristol, he beat him. Elliott was 22nd. Gillen was 6th. And then Martinsville, Elliott one-upped him with a win, obviously, there. And Gillen finished just outside the top 20. So on the 3 short tracks we've had this season, Gillen has actually beat Elliott twice. And it's been because of good, consistent runs, not so much because of Elliott struggling. Although Elliott struggled at Bristol, but Gillen, again, just had a good race. He finished 6th, had a top 10 day. So while I have Elliott in the finals, and he is astronomically the favorite in that matchup, I am not going to count Todd Gillen out, statistically speaking. Other battle, we got Ryan Blaney versus Christopher Bell. Again, I mentioned already how good Blaney is on short flat ovals, but honestly, in the next gen era, I'd argue Christopher Bell, outside of the 12 and the 22, has been the best on short flat ovals. We've talked about it when it comes late season championship 4. If Bell can make it, he's got a shot to win the title because he's been that damn good at Phoenix. Just like Blaney and Logano, he leads a lot of laps. Gateway's another one where he's led a lot of laps. He's good on short flat ovals. He's won at North Wilkesboro already. Blaney has not this season. 6th at Martinsville for Ryan Blaney, 2nd at Bristol, and he won at Phoenix. That's going to be very, very tough to beat for Christopher Bell. Bell's been just as hot as Blaney in recent weeks. Blaney's got the 8 straight top 10 finishes, and Bell has finished runner-up 4 times in the last 8 races. He hasn't won yet this season, but he has been knocking on the doorstep here in the summer, and a 5th at Sonoma as well there. So he's finished 3 straight top 5s. Short tracks this season for Bell. Early in the year, Martinsville finished 7th, 1 spot behind Blaney. 2nd at Phoenix. I mentioned, again, Blaney usually really good short flat ovals. Bell's been right there with him. Bell finished 1 spot behind Blaney in both of those 2 races, Martinsville and Phoenix. And then Bristol, short track, although more banked. Again, not as reminiscent here to North Wilkesboro, but 27th for Bell, an off day, and Blaney finished 2nd there. So Blaney all around's been good on the short tracks, but Bell, the short flat ovals, has been pretty good himself. And he has been just as hot as Ryan Blaney. That's going to be an epic battle tonight. And honestly, I would not be shocked the winner of that matchup wins this tournament because they've probably been the 2 hottest drivers since the tournament began a few weeks ago. Of course, it started with the road courses after Hamlin won 3 races in a row. So really over the last 3 races, I think Bell and Blaney have been the 2 best drivers in that stretch. And their consistency shows, and there's a reason why they've made it this deep in the tournament. It has not been by luck by any means. So that's going to be a fun battle between Blaney and Bell here tonight. And Gillen, again, like I mentioned already, could pull off the upset. It is not unlikely. Coming into this race now, the starting lineup for the Window World 450 here at North Wilkesboro Speedway will look like this. once I get the page back up and running again because I was going through all those different pages. All right, starting lineup for this evening's race on the front row. Ryan Blaney, last week's winner at Atlanta, and Ty Gibbs, a one-time winner this year on a short track as well at Bristol, will be on the front row. In row 2 will be Christopher Bell with 4 runner-up finishes in the last 8 races. As mentioned, Hocevar, great run a week ago with a top 5 at Atlanta. He starts row 2 today. In row 3 will be Tyler Reddick, second in points, 5 wins on the season, and Eric Jones for Legacy Motor Club, currently holding the final chase spot entering the evening. Denny Hamlin, points leader, will be in row 4 alongside Shane Van Gisbergen, who's still inside that chase bubble as well. In row 5, rounding out the top 10, Chris Buescher and Chase Elliott doing quadruple duty this weekend. Both cars tour races, truck race yesterday, cup race tonight. He has ran more laps at the track this weekend than anybody else in the field. How will that fare for him? And again, he is still alive in that in-season tournament challenge. Joey Logano, Austin Dillon will be in row number 6. Logano, an all-star race winner at North Wilkesboro. In row number 7 will be Ross Chastain and Austin Cindric, who's another one of the chase bubble drivers on the inside of that cut line. William Byron, Michael McDowell in row 8. Row 9, Daniel Suarez and Todd Gillen, who is head-to-head against Elliott, the in-season tournament challenge tonight. And rounding out the top 20, in row 10, John Hunter Nemechek and Cole Custer. Ryan Preece, Ty Dillon will start the back half of the field in row number 11. Look out for Preece tonight. He did win the Clash at Bowman Gray, a short flat oval earlier in the season. Brad Keselowski, the pole sitter at the All-Star race last year, starting deep in the field because of the metric of qualifying getting rained out. He starts in row 12 alongside Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Alex Bowman, Bubba Wallace will make up row number 13, looking for rebounds after a week ago. In row 14 will be Kyle Larson, starting very deep in the field alongside Josh Berry. Larson, the first All-Star race winner here back in 2023. That was on the old surface. Zane Smith and Chase Briscoe will be in row number 15. Going to be fun to watch the 19 car come from the back of the pack. In row 16, Noah Gragson and rookie Connor Zilich. Row 17, Austin Hill, Riley Herbst. 18 row will be AJ Allmendinger and Cody Ware. Rounding out the field, Chad Fincham in the 66, as he will be in 37th, row 19, and he is the only non-chartered entry on the starting grid for today. So that is that. Fantasy League Outlook. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website and or the NASCAR mobile app. My team this weekend are the guys who I expect to run the best and compete for the win. I got Ryan Blaney for the win here tonight. I picked him last week at Atlanta. Did not get to see the finish with you guys, but I was able to get the win there. So riding him 2 weeks in a row. He's on the pole just as he was last week. He's going to have a really fast race car. I'm going to guarantee he wins stage 1. It's not going out on a limb to say that, but 80 laps with no pit stops to be scheduled, unless we get a caution late in the stage and he tries to flip the stage, that's the only way I see him not winning this first stage. Because some of those other guys start a little bit further behind who I expect to be quick tonight, like back half of the top 10, like a Bell and Hamlin. So I'm rolling Ryan Blaney at least for stage 1, but I think he's going to get a lot of points tonight at the very least. He's been red hot. Same for Christopher Bell, as I mentioned already. Bell's my number 2 for the win tonight. Odd enough that they go head-to-head in the in-season tournament battle. Blaney's my 1. Bell's my 2. Denny Hamlin is my 3 for the win tonight. I know the short flat ovals, he hasn't won this season, but he has in the next-gen era before. And obviously, it's been the summer of Denny Hamlin, so why not Denny? Chase Elliott, pretty solid short track racer. A lot of laps here this weekend. I think that'll bode well for him. He has a win at Martinsville this year, so ride Chase Elliott on the team. And Ty Gibbs has been good on short tracks this season with a win at Bristol as well. He starts on the front row, much like Blaney, should get a lot of stage points. So going to roll with Ty Gibbs. Underdog driver on my team tonight, Joey Logano, of course, outside the chase cut line at points, but the short flat ovals have been best for Penske in the next-gen era, and Joey Logano as well, former winner at North Wilkesboro in the All-Star race on this newly repaved surface. And for Bell, he is also another former All-Star race winner on the newer surface as well. Head-to-head, Ryan Blaney versus Christopher Bell. Again, I have Blaney in the championship for the in-season tournament challenge, and I'm picking him for the win. So I'm taking him over Bell, even though I think they're my 1 and 2 tonight. Chase Elliott, I'm taking over Gillen, though Gillen could pull off the upset. Again, rolling with Chase Elliott's more consistent and safer pick for sure. Ty Gibbs versus Bubba Wallace. I expect Ty Gibbs to score a lot of points here tonight. He has over recent weeks. Bubba starts 26th. So even if he finishes in the finishing order ahead of Gibbs, I do think Gibbs is going to score more points. So that's why I have Gibbs on my team. I guess the head-to-head matchup is for finish anyway, but I still have faith in Gibbs just having that 25 positions better in the starting grid on a short track in the next-gen era. I mean, it's hard to go against that. Denny Hamlin versus Kyle Larson, kind of the same thing there. Larson's been better on the short, flatter ovals, I think, this season than in years past. But Denny Hamlin is Denny Hamlin. He has had the best summer that he's probably had of his Cup career, honestly. And he starts 20 positions higher than Kyle Larson. Kind of the same thing with the Gibbs and Wallace battle there. It's just hard to take away that track position. I could be wrong, but it'd be tough to go against that. So those are my head-to-head picks for this weekend as well. Emogene Blevins, thanks for tuning in. KTN USA. Hello, people. Welcome to the stream. We got just over 100 concurrent viewers watching. Again, greatly appreciate everybody staying tuned in for this one. Cannot wait. Let's go trackside on the TNT broadcast until we get the start of the race underway.
Richmond, Loudon, those are two of our best tracks as well as this one coming up tonight. So, like I said, just got to capitalize on the opportunities that are ahead of us right now.
Keep your eye on Joey Logano tonight, guys. Looking for a good run starting E11 channel. Yeah, Danielle, down here with one driver who's already clinched a berth in the chase. That, of course, is Tyler Pick, starting fifth. Tyler, we know that drivers love options on racetracks. What about this place? How much do you feel like you're going to be able to move around tonight? We know that you're a guy that likes to ride that high line.
Yeah, I certainly do. We come here to North Wilkesboro, and I think for us tonight, we've come here and raced the All-Star race with a more condensed field, not half the cars, and you still get to lap traffic, but it takes a while. And tonight, I think with all the cars on the racetrack, you're going to have to move around a lot throughout the night, whether the track changing or the traffic that you're in, the lap traffic that you get to as well. So, yeah, I just have that feeling that we're going to get the lap traffic pretty quick. You have to work really, really hard to make ground, and I'm excited for that. It's going to be fun.
Have fun out there tonight.
Thank you.
Over to you, Marty.
Standing drivers about to climb in the car. Let's chat with Carson Hocevar. As a kid who grew up short track racing, how cool is this? You called North Wilkesboro NASCAR's Field of Dreams.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to thank my close personal friend LeBron James just because for no apparent reason.
You did hang out with LeBron this week.
Yeah, but no, I feel really good about my race car. I was okay in practice, but I got really good guys to work on it and hope that we made it better. So if we're gonna suck in practice, I got the best group of guys to hopefully make us not suck. So we got a good starting spot to hopefully avoid that. And Spectrum's on board, and the car looks good, and there's a lot of fans out there. So hopefully give them something worth watching.
Adam, he name dropped LeBron, but he left out Prince Harry. I don't know where that hierarchy is, but I tell you what, he got a fun week this week.
Said hang out. Do we need to put that in air quotes?
Yes.
A picture.
I'll give him the credit for the picture.
All right, Hocevar starting inside the top 5 tonight, qualifying washed out yesterday. We got the starting grid when we return and the command of fire engines. It's NASCAR on TNT from North Wilkesboro.
A little bit of a delayed start here tonight. There was an earlier storm that had passed through. The NASCAR still drying the track up before we get this race started. I don't believe we're going to be starting the race on wet weather tires. It looks like it will be on the dries. So regular sticker tires to begin this race here tonight at North Wilkesboro. But we have seen rain tires before at North Wilkesboro Speedway, so it wouldn't be a rarity. I think they ran them in the heat race of the All-Star race weekend of the last 3 years. So teams have done it before, but I believe we're starting on the dries. No more rain in the forecast for the rest of the night. Greatest percentage of chance of rain, 15% the rest of the evening. So fingers crossed, but we should be good to go for tonight's race. A little bit of a slower start, so go figure for me on a Sunday night. I was just mentioning a little bit ago with having to work, and that's why we missed last week's stream. At least we're not going to run into major issues of getting this thing done at 2 a.m. like we did last week, excuse me. So we're set to go for all 450 laps right here on KRC. Gone through all of our pre-race stuff, so just kind of letting the TNT booth move along in this one. You can vote for who you think is going to win the race in our chat poll. That will remain open until the end of stage number 2, per usual. Stage 2. Put my 3 favorites for the win as the voting options, and if you think somebody other than Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, or Christopher Bell will win tonight, then you can vote for somebody other than them to win at 48% of 86 votes. Other leads. That is a wide margin. Usually we don't see other that far ahead if they are ahead of any of the other top 3. So I'm curious if you don't think Blaney, Hamlin, or Bell will win. Who do you have to win tonight's race? Comment in the chat. Bell at 12% of the votes, Hamlin 19%, Blaney the favorite of those three at 22%. We'll check in on that periodically this evening.
On TNT. I told you we had a thunder shower move through. Track is almost dry, and it's just about time to give the command. And when you come here, it's no doubt the headline is going to be the history and tradition. But let's not forget, this is the first of 3 short track races remaining in the regular season. With 6 races to go to the chase, things are really getting good to see who's going to win the regular season crown, who's going to qualify for the postseason. It's going to be an epic rest of the summer. It all starts right here tonight in the hills of North Carolina. Let's go trackside for the command.
North Wilkesboro Speedway, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome NASCAR Hall of Famer and 3-time North Wilkesboro Speedway winner, Rusty Wallace, along with Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Window World, Tammy Whitworth.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
Great to have Rusty here. Swept the races at North Wilkesboro in 1993. We're going green. It's a short track Sunday night next.
And this will be the second to last Sunday night race of the season, as NASCAR's had 3 straight weeks of them. There will be 3 more Saturday night races this year. We haven't had one yet, but Richmond will be a Saturday night in August, end of August, regular season finale at Daytona on a Saturday night. And then Bristol, the 3rd race of the chase, on the Saturday night in September will be the 3 Saturday night races. And then the last Sunday night race is going to be traditional Labor Day weekend, Sunday evening at Darlington for the Southern 500. And that race actually starts an hour earlier than usual at about 5 p.m. Eastern, so not going to be as late of a Sunday that evening. But final Sunday night race, let's get through this. I get why NASCAR does it. It is the TV rating side of things. They get more ratings on a Sunday night versus a Saturday night, and the stats do prove that. Last weekend at Atlanta, despite the rain delay for about 3.5 to 4 hours, still brought in just as many viewers as the year before when that race was ran on a Saturday night. So that's why they do it. It's unfortunate because a lot of people tend to work. Most people work Monday through Friday during the week, and staying up till 2 a.m. on a Sunday night is not as likely as a Friday or Saturday night when they don't have to work the following day. In the morning, they can get that rest and not have to worry about missing the end of the race or being weary and dreary when they go into their work the following day. So trust me, I feel it. I wish they had more Saturday night races. If it was a Saturday night last week, I would have been able to finish the stream. Unfortunately, 2 a.m. on a Sunday when I have to go into work super early Monday morning, it's not feasible for a lot of people. I do think it hurts at the racetrack as well. A lot of people tend to not be able to plan for being at the racetrack on Monday. So usually when a race gets rained out on Sunday and then into Monday, they don't have as many fans at the racetrack. So when you run into a Sunday night versus a Saturday night, that even lessens the chance that people are going to be able to stay even after a rain delay when they continue the race on a Sunday versus if it was in the afternoon hours and they had the same rain issues for Sunday purposes as well. When they did resume back to racing, there were nowhere near as many people in the grandstands. When it was a near full capacity race, and actually they might have even sold out at Atlanta last week. I can't confirm that, but they might have mentioned that on the broadcast. It looked very full. It was great to see at the start of the action at the normal start time. But yeah, you run into issues with that for sure, especially when you're down south in the summer, because when you have the heat and humidity, more likely for pop-up showers. And me living in the Midwest, it's the same thing. When you get into Sunday evenings, not just Sunday evenings, but just evenings in general when it's hot and humid during the day. Still, that humid into the night, same thing could happen. So hopefully, we can hope that if they have more night races going forward, they're more so on Saturdays next year, minus the traditional holiday weekends where most people would have off of work on Mondays anyway. But that's kind of my 2 cents in that. I know that's been talked about with a lot of NASCAR fans on the ether and other NASCAR YouTubers during the week. So figured I would touch on that as well here before the start of the race, since we have another Sunday night race this weekend. see all the Atlanta race, but did not go to sleep until 1 a.m. And I would imagine you're not even Eastern time zone either, JoJo. If you went to sleep at 1 and still saw the end of the race, because I think it was close to 2 a.m. My time, Eastern time, by the time the race had got done, which would have been local time too at Atlanta, which is even more insane that they got the race going again right around midnight for the resumption of it. Cars are on the racetrack right now, though. I mentioned about the slight delay to the start of this one because of a rain shower that had popped through in the last hour or so at North Wilkesboro Speedway. But forecast seems to be clear for the rest of the night. It's still going to be relatively warm. Not as warm as what the truck drivers had to deal with yesterday, where the ambient temperature was 90 degrees. Track temp was 118 for yesterday's race at just after high noon, nonetheless, the hottest part of the day from 12:30 Eastern to about 2 Eastern. That race took place. It was a quick one, an hour and 40 minutes, but boy, those drivers had to deal with it. There's some heat exhaustion that multiple drivers had to go to the infield care center for IV and treatment after the race was over. I haven't heard any reports on any further injuries or anything to that essence after the fact, so hopefully we have a safe race tonight as well, with still relatively warm temps, and of course a race that's nearly twice as long. These drivers are going to be dealing through elements there, not just heated maybe in the short track terms when it comes to bumping and banging and slamming and all that good short track racing that we hope to see this evening, but also just hope that they're safe inside the car. They've stayed hydrated through the week because it's going to be tough for drivers who have pulled double duty this weekend, like a Chase Elliott who's been racing all weekend long. Shane Van Gisbergen was in the race yesterday. Christopher Bell, Carson Hocevar. There was a lot of drivers that are doing double duty, and on a hot weekend like this, that is a tough task. Not easy. Stage splits today, again, 80 laps in stage 1, 185 in both stages 2 and 3. Fuel window for this evening is going to be anywhere between 160 to 165 laps, so they will have to pit for fuel purposes in both stage 2 and stage 3. But if we get early to middle stage cautions in that one, pretty easy pit stop under caution. Very unlikely we'll see green flag stops tonight, but not impossible. Alrighty. 450 laps. Gonna be a long one, gonna be a hot one, gonna be a fun one. Hot at night on a short track, they're gonna be slipping and sliding. I can't wait. 750 horsepower package. First time we've seen that at North Wilkesboro with the new short track package that has been introduced to the NASCAR Cup Series this season, creating more off throttle time and more passing opportunities. Cars are able to get closer to the back bumper of another car, not having to worry as much about dirty air compared to years past. And we've seen that produce some great racing on short tracks already this year. Bristol, in my personal opinion, one of my favorite races so far this season. It was a pretty solid one. Hopefully we have another one at North Wilkesboro today as well. Ryan Blaney on pole, trying to win from the pole 2 races in a row. These tracks right now really line up well for him. Again, the flatter racetracks, the best for Penske in the next-gen era. Denny Hamlin winning 3 races in a row this season, all started on the pole. Tyler Reddick, when he won the first 3 races earlier this year, 2 of those races he started on the pole. Blaney from the pole a week ago, won at Atlanta. If he has to keep the win streak alive here today, top 3 points with Reddick and Hamlin. And if he gets his 3rd win, it would have to be from the pole position yet again. Track position is key, and it just seems when you have a fast car, you're tough to beat. Connor Burke saying Todd Gillen going to upset Chase Elliott this week. He could. He could. I mentioned in the pre-race statistically why that could be the case. I don't think it's going to be treated as much of a shock to me personally after reading all those stats if he were to do it. A shock that he's gotten this far in the tournament for sure, but tonight specifically in his head-to-head battle, while the odds are stacked against him, there is hope. trying to become this season's Ty Dillon, where Dillon from the 32 seed last year was able to make it to the finals before Ty Gibbs eliminated him, winning the championship of the in-season tournament challenge at the Brickyard a year ago. Bell versus Blaney, both starting up inside the top 3. And then again, Elliott versus Gilliland. Elliott starting 10th. Todd Gilliland today rolling off in 18th. Not starting all that far behind him. Sure to hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. Our like goal is going to be to try to get to at least 100. We actually got to 100 last week despite a short end to the stream because of the long, lengthy rain delay. We had 58 likes already, so we're already past halfway, and the race hasn't even started yet. So thank you so much to those that have hit the like button, and subscribe for more NASCAR content as well. We do live commentary streams like this every NASCAR race weekend. Indianapolis next week, Friday through Sunday, 3 days of streaming. Truck, O'Reilly, and Cup Series in action. Trucks will be at IRP on a standalone short track race, and then we will have, of course, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, for the Brickyard 400 on Sunday for Cup, a Crown Jewel event, and the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series is going to be having a 100-lap race there on Saturday afternoon as well. All right. Field is doubled up. They've already checked pit road times, and we should not be that far from the drop of the green flag. All right. Well, I'm ready for this one. Hopefully you guys are too. It'll be the first Cup race, points paying that is, at North Wilkesboro Speedway in 30 years. Defending winner of this race, Jeff Gordon, back in 1996. Boy, times have come and gone. Obviously, nobody in that race that day is in the field this afternoon. Or tonight, I should say. Thomas Higgins, Wayne Martin, thanks for tuning in. Saying Larson for the win. Thomas, Wayne taking Bell. I saw a couple of Blaney picks earlier. Not just a homer pick for me. I'm taking him again tonight. I got to look back at it, but I think the only times I picked Blaney to win this season, I think he's won. I think I took him at Phoenix. Let me check on that. I'm going to go back into my my season statistics. So I predict the race winner 7 times this season, 2 in a row, between Blaney last week. Or sorry, no, not 2 in a row. I missed Chicagoland on there. But 7 race win picks in a row. Or sorry, not in a row. 7 race win picks on the season in 20 races. And I have had 3 of them in the last 5 races. Hamlin at Pocono, SVG at Sonoma, and Blaney last week at Atlanta. I had SVG at the Glen, Tyler Reddick at Darlington, Blaney at Phoenix, and Reddick at Coda were my race win picks that I had gotten correctly. So yes, Ryan Blaney, I picked him to win twice this year. Phoenix, Atlanta, he got the job done both days. And both of those races, he had won a stage and won the race. So if Ryan Blaney wins a stage today, and because I picked him to win, I think you can pretty much write it up. He's going to win tonight. Those are the trends, as Larry McReynolds would say. Those are our trends for the night. That was not a good Larry McReynolds. He deserves more justice than that. I apologize for the weak Southern accent. Gotta love Larry Mack. They'll do for a win, though. He's due. I mean, he's been knocking on the doorstep. You put yourself as close to the front of the field as he's done at the end of a race so many times, runner-up 4 times in the last 8 races, you're bound to break through eventually. 3 straight top 5s for Bell entering tonight and back-to-back runner-ups. We'll see if he can get it done. Blaney is going to be my guy to beat. Honestly, I would not be shocked if the 12 and the 20 are just on top of each other all night long. Should be the 2 favorites for the win tonight. Yeah, they're my personal favorites. I think Bell was the odds-on favorite for the win this evening. And then Blaney and Reddick were tied for second. But I've got Christopher Bell finishing P2 yet again behind Ryan Blaney. Again, my top 3, I got Blaney, Bell, Hamlin. That's my top 3 for the night. Lights are still on the pace car, so they will not be going green this time.
Only time will tell. So with Blaney dropping to the rear of that inside lane.
All right, well, Blaney drops to the rear of the field for the start of the race tonight. I did not know that that was going to be the case, so he's got his work cut out for him. I apologize for not stating that in the pre-race. Well, now I almost want to make you know what? I'll stick with my gut for taking Ryan Blaney for the win, but if he doesn't win tonight, I think it's going to be Bell because now Bell moves up to the front row. Ty Gibbs will technically be the pole sitter for this race. Wow, 10,885 days since the last Cup Series points race at North Wilkesboro Speedway. 1996 was the year, and here we are in 2026. We are back again. 4th consecutive year of the NASCAR Cup Series racing here. All-Star race the last 3 years, but again, points racing this season. This track has deserved it. This town has deserved it. And I think NASCAR fans and the sport collectively have earned this one. Green flag in the air. We're underway, and Gibbs leads us down into turns 1 and 2. Easy start with the Joe Gibbs Toyotas on the front row, and Bell did not fire off well on the inside of row 2. Carson Hocevar on the outside looking to take away second in the early lap. Gibbs will lead lap 1 of this one out of 450 as they cross the start-finish line on the front stretch. Bell struggling for front grip in his tires off turn 4, and Hocevar is cleared for second. Hocevar had a fast truck yesterday afternoon, led 74 of 250 laps, had a flat tire, which took his shot of winning out in the end of stage 2. But he has been up at the front a lot this weekend already and looking to do so with a good starting effort tonight. Mostly 2x2 from about 6th on back through the pack. Sprinkled in single file cars, but a lot of jockeying for position as things get situated in the opening few laps of the race. Ty Gibbs out in front still. Ross Chastain kind of lagging behind the pack here at the very beginning of this one as he was slow to get started. Ryan Blaney up a couple spots from the rear. 450 is a long one, but an 80-lap sprint in stage number 1. Drivers are going to be on it. The truck race yesterday over that final stage going caution-free of over 100 laps, they only had about a half a second of fall-off in that time frame, so not expecting to see much tire fall-off in the Cup Series tonight. Pretty quick lap times to start here in the high 18-second bracket. Gibbs running an 18.711 on lap 3 for the fastest lap of the race early on, and that last lap backed up with an 18.744. Top 5 in the running order has Ty Gibbs in the lead with Carson Hocevar in second, Christopher Bell third, Eric Jones up to 4th, and 5th is Tyler Reddick.
Chase Elliott wants to keep that track position involved in that in-season challenge semifinal with Todd Gilliland up in front of them, side by side for position 43. Eric Jones, the green and white Toyota, outside of Tyler Reddick, and Hamlin right behind them.
Eric Jones, currently the last car in the chase, 16th at points, 8 above the cut line. A nice job from Legacy Motor Club, continuing to improve. 43 week after week, runs higher than I think the garage expects, and here he is inside the top 5 early. Leading on that good run at Atlanta.
Yeah, top 5 last week sets him up for success here early on. It's the second top 5 of the year. Really been getting better and better.
Reddick rolling around the bottom there, trying to just the shorter distance, hoping that he'll be able to clear that 43. But a lot of good speed on the top of the racetrack right now for Eric Jones. Trying to hang on. You see it bump, the 45 car goes through. upsets the car just a little bit. And this is where the patience really comes into play. Because right there, the 45 just thinks he's going to be clear, but he can't come off the corner far enough. Now that they're running the bottom of 1 and 2, they're running lower than they have ever ran here with this next gen car. There's a bump there as well, trying to get down into the bottom. You kind of jump across a little bit of a patch right here at the end of pit wall. And he doesn't know who to commit to. Who's going to move forward? Is it the car I own? It's the 45 of Reddick and another Toyota. Bell finally works underneath Hosvar. Hosvar kind of concedes the spot. Knows there's a gap out of his rear bumper. No reason to burn the tires up. Lets the 20 go. I think you also saw how good this 20 car was in practice yesterday. That's the thing about practice people don't realize is it sort of sets the tone for the weekend. And if you got a really, really fast car, your job becomes a lot easier on Sunday because everybody knows how quick you are. It's really a waste of time probably for Hosvar to try to hold him up any more than he had to.
This battle will not go away. What's the report? Team 45, man.
Adam, we know how much Tyler Reddick loves running that high line, but Billy Scott told me in practice he spent a lot of time on the bottom. He said we felt like we got beat last year because we weren't able to make that bottom work, so we made a conscious effort to make that work in practice. Marty.
And what a fight here between Eric Jones and Tyler Reddick, and Eric's been making that high line work. See, when I talked to Eric right before the race started, he said in practice, we honestly were not that good. We took some major swings at the car. I have no idea what's going to happen in the race. So if you're Justin Alexander's seat and you see that your driver has moved forward 2 spots early and is fighting like this and making a high line work, you got to feel pretty good about that 43 car.
Feel pretty good, and not trying to be negative, but just also reminding him to just take care of equipment. I love it if this is not a lot of use of the tire, but if you feel like you're abusing the tires, it's okay to concede because it's just so hard to pass. 12 of Ryan Blaney, we mentioned it, had the pole from the metric, gave it up because of a steering change that was required. Here he is mired back in pack. He's 32nd right now. Just look at nowhere to go. Top, bottom, it's clogged. Yeah, meanwhile, just ahead of him, you see the 5 car of Larson way up the racetrack, probably about 4 or 5, 10 spots ahead. Actually made a few spots. We're riding on board now.
They started 27th, up to 26th.
All right, Ty Gibbs still the race leader. We'll run through the rest of the top 10. Christopher Bell making a pass for second moments ago, and Carson Hosvar now back to third. Eric Jones, Tyler Reddick have been in a tight battle for fourth, with Jones currently holding the spot. Reddick in fifth. Joey Logano in 6th place. 7th is Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott 8th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 9th. And Austin Dillon rounding out the top 10. Biggest movers in the opening laps of the race, Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson up 5 positions each from the start. Ryan Blaney from 37th up to 30th, up 7 positions. Joey Logano also up 5 spots from 11th to 6th. And Byron up 4 to 11th place from 15th starting spot on the grid. A little over 20 laps complete. Ty Gibbs has led every lap of the race so far, trading lap times back and forth with his teammate Christopher Bell in second for the jump start of this race. And again, only 80 laps in stage number 1. Gibbs just catching the lap traffic at the back of the pack now. It's the 66 of Chad Fincham about to go a lap down. Ross Chastain with the pass-through penalty at the start of the race already off the lead lap as well. After Fincham, about another 5-second gap, though, to Cody Ware in 35th. So it might be a little bit of time before Gibbs is going to have to catch anybody else. And we'll see if that gap is going to close up. Again, with everybody on the racetrack, we've not seen lap traffic like we will tonight in the All-Star races at North Wilkesboro Speedway over the last 3 years, and that could create a lot of good battles up at the front of the pack on longer green flag runs. Maybe not as much in the first stage of 80 laps, but if we get 100-plus laps into a run, stages 2 or 3, that is going to be some good short-track racing. Trust me. Trust me. Laverne Angel, India Sayre, T. Lee, Corey A., thanks for tuning in, everybody. Some newcomers into the chat. And recent laps. Listening live on KRC to our full flag-to-flag coverage of tonight's race, and we'll continue the ongoing battles here on the other side of the TNT commercial break. Lots of time left in this one. An 0.8 of a second lead for Gibbs over Bell. 1.8 seconds to third place Carson Hocevar. And a 3-second lead to fourth place Eric Jones. Jones and Reddick from the initial lap of this one were side by side for that fourth place position for quite some time. Hocevar losing a little bit of pace to not only the two cars ahead of him, but Tyler Reddick finally getting by Eric Jones for fourth and has been running faster laps than Hocevar as well. So we know that the Toyotas have been very dominant on the intermediate 1.5 mile tracks this year. But if we look at this being a short track, maybe a little bit more of a surprise that they're dominating here as well, especially with 4 of their Toyota Camrys inside the top 5. And all of them that started well in this race are looking strong. Denny Hamlin in 7th, so 5 Toyotas in the top 7 positions in the early laps of the race. Laney having to start at the back and hurt my fantasy team for stage points too.
Great biggest moments in racing on Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code TNT to get $10 when you trade $10. Trade, what's next? Almost 30 laps in to this opening stage here at North Wilkesboro. Out front's been all about Ty Gibbs. Bell right behind him, some distance back to Hocevar in 3rd. Reddick is 4th, and Logano now inside the top 5 as we focus on the 48 of Alex Bowman.
Yeah, Bowman's trying to get by this 42, squeezes him on the back straightaway. Let's look at this little replay right here. Some contact is Bowman probably thought that was more his, 42's fault. It's under the check. Feels like he probably kind of came down on him right there. Not very happy about that. 42 struggling here, dropping back, losing positions. Stenhouse just about to turn him around right there. Now we're 3 wide.
You got to tiptoe if you're Ryan Blaney.
It's a great battle.
Let's jump up to Bowman.
Look at the 47. Oh, I love that little outside here. If he could get there, when the 42 even gets him the room, here's his chance to try to jump to the outside. He's going to be able to do it off of turn 4 here. 3 wide. Look at Blaney's side cheese.
See that thing dancing across the start-finish line?
Half a tire light taken out of that right rear corner. Blaney's using up a lot of race car. They're trying to get around this 42 and just make any headway. Here's that bump off of turn 4 right here. Can't really get the gas. And then he wraps the corner down. He ran over. Let's see if he does it again. Right there's a big bump. Hope the car will turn across those issues of that content of the racetrack. Marty, what you got on the 12?
Well, now you should hear the spotter radio for the 12. Tim feet it sounds like an air traffic controller trying to get his driver from 35th, where he officially started the race, up through the field. So he's gained a couple spots up to 27th right now. It's funny, Steve, in their meeting this morning between the team and Ryan Blaney, he told Jonathan Hassler, my number one concern is going down a lap earlier. And Hassler said, hey, I hear you. I know what you mean. My number one concern, take care of my race car. You mentioned the new bumper package, and they're being very careful, but how do you get your driver to kind of be careful trying to come up to the back of the pack, trying to get back to the front where you have that position to start a race?
I don't know if careful is a word you could use while trying to work through traffic, but maybe just trying to make good decisions. I believe Blaney is being patient as he gets squeezed next to the 47, but the leader's here, right?
Yeah.
54 is less than a half a lap behind the 12, so that's what Blaney was thoughtful about. Well, the 54 is catching lap traffic right now. The first car there, the 51. And so as soon as he gets by him, if he should, there's the rest of the field. The back of the field is here. So that should be able to allow 20 of Bell to close the gap just a little bit. And also one of the things I noticed, the 54 of Ty Gibbs hasn't moved off the bottom of the racetrack. A lot of cars starting to find speed at the very, very top. Watch Christopher Bell run the top and run really well. And a lot of cars back to the field doing that as well. So I think, though, you made the point, Steve, rolling around the bottom, it's better on the tires this early in the race. Look at the 11. Trying to get around the 43. Low contact right there.
Look out. Toyota. Contact with another Toyota. Here's what they're selling you. We get our first caution of the night. John Hunter Nemechek around in the 42.
I wonder how that happened.
Whoa.
Yeah. Man, that was getting pretty good right there with Denny. He'd sit there and watch the 45 of Reddick try to pass the 43 for so many laps. And he's like, I'm not going to waste all that time. I'm just going to try to move you out of the way. I agree. You were struggling there. Nemechek falling back through the field with the balance issue of that race car. So we know tires matter. The question is, does someone at the back, like a Blaney or Larson gamble and try to jump up the leaderboard, or do they think with, it's going to be mid to high 30 laps to go? Let's see exactly what happens. Top of the screen, 38, Zane Smith into the left rear. Around you go. What if Zane got down into the corner maybe and chased the back of the car up to, correct maybe the back end moving around and gets into the side of the 42, spins him out.
Nemechek was 31st, and it's Cody Ware who was the first car one lap down. He gets the free pass. Stays a lap down.
But now they just kind of both came together, it looks like. I didn't really see the back of the 38 move up the racetrack or anything like that. That happens right in front of the leader. Then there's this little battle. Yeah.
Danny Caution might have saved us there a little bit. Let everybody calm down and think about where they are in life.
Oh, then the 9 and the 11 have a little disagreement after this.
Yeah.
Disagreements on short tracks.
I think it was more the 42.
There's a little hit between the 43 and the 11. And then after the yellow, it looks to me that right here, the 11 comes up. The 9,
they were trying to miss the 42.
I didn't see the 42. From the head-on shot, I was like, what am I watching? Now I see why they were basic maneuvering. 22 running really well tonight inside the top 5 on pit road, Marty.
You see Logano hitting pit road. Christopher Bell said almost immediately in the race. The car was a lot tighter than I expected to start the race. Most of our Bell almost in his crew member leaving. You see these tire changes. Hosfar said his car was just way too tight. They're going to go 4 tires on the 77. And he saw Ty Gibbs, and it was tight for him. 2 tires for him as well. But I wouldn't make many changes to it. Gibbs and Bell, the first 2 off the pit lane. Their teammate Denny Hamlin stays out. We'll get the restart return on TNT.
All right, so a few 2-tire stops. Denny Hamlin stays out of the pits entirely there, trying to get some stage points to maybe one up both the 45 and the 12 who came into the pits to get as many stage points as possible and hopefully win this regular season championship down the stretch. Again, we're 20 races in out of 26 in that battle to try to get the number 1 seed for when the final 10 races in the chase begin. So Hamlin stays on the racetrack. I'm not sure if anybody else did. It doesn't look like it. Ty Gibbs won the race off pit road, taking right side tires only. But he will lose the lead after leading the first 42 laps of tonight's race. Denny Hamlin out in front for the first time now in the number 11 Progressive Toyota. So Hamlin leads. Ty Gibbs in second for the restart. Christopher Bell third. Shane Van Gisbergen will be fourth. Fifth for Michael McDowell. Joey Logano 6th. Tyler Reddick 7th. Eric Jones 8th. Kyle Larson 9th. Carson Hocevar going to round out our top 10. 11th place, Chase Elliott. Chase Briscoe in 12th after coming from a 30th place starting position. Might have taken 2 tires on that pit stop to gain that much track position if I had to guess. So under caution for the first time tonight, John Hunter Nemechek going for a spin in turns 1 and 2 after some contact in a side-by-side battle with Zane Smith on track. Back half of the lead lap. And we'll be setting up for a restart with about 35 laps to go at stage 1 for where we're at right now. We'll have less than that when we get back racing. Still vote for who you think is going to win tonight's race in our chat poll, which will remain open until the end of stage number 2. 117 votes have now been casted. 46% of you say somebody other than Blaney, Hamlin, or Bell will get the win tonight. Hamlin, the current leader, at 18% of the votes. Blaney at 25%, and Christopher Bell at 11%. He's sitting up in the 3rd place position for the restart. The Window World 450 at North Wilkesboro Speedway continues. Still some dusk time skies settling in. Not complete darkness yet. Track will cool off a bit. Replay of Christopher Bell's 2-tire pit stop, trying to get out of the box as soon as he could, almost running over the front tire changer that was trying to still get back around the car. Kyle Larson down on pit road a second time.
Larson, that last stop they took 2, exiting the stall, they hit their teammate, contact, with the 88. With the 48, rather, they said, come back in. We have a wheel that is broken. Cliff Daniels is diagnosing it now. The call initially was to take 4 guys. Trouble for Kyle Larson after such a strong start.
Wow, there you have it. Kyle Larson contact in the pits with Alex Bowman knocking a wheel loose. He is now back in the pits and for a lengthy stop as they try to get that car fixed, to get the steering fixed in the number 5 HendrickCars.com Chevrolet. So Kyle Larson, one of the heavy hitters, of course, every weekend in the NASCAR Cup Series, now having some issues. And here's a replay that's showing right now on the TNT broadcast. He was swinging out of his pit box as Alex Bowman was trying to come in, and they actually slammed pretty tightly door to door. But it looked like the left front fender of Bowman's car had gotten into the 5 of Larson's.
About the splitter damage of the.
So it was radio that it was the 48, but now they're showing the 88 of Connor Zilic having a little bit of damage on his left front fender. So not sure which car it was that hit Larson exactly now, but Larson on pit road though. Not good for him. So we're going to advance to the next restart again. Denny Hamlin staying out of the pits. He'll be the leader. And the top handful of drivers off pit road took right side tires only, several on 4 fresh tires. We'll see how that pans out after about a 40-lap green flag run to start tonight's race before that first caution. Again, the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek going for a spin. Gibbs taking the inside of row 1 for the start. The initial start, he was actually on the outside lane and got clear of the pack into the first turn. I guess Hamlin the control car this time, never mind. He is on the outside of row 1. Green flag is going to be back in the air. Circuiting through turns 1 and 2, Denny Hamlin having the lead down the back straightaway, looking to hold on pit strategy to try and win this opening stage. Hamlin was in the 7th place position when the caution came out. Really, if he finishes anywhere higher than 7th, I'd say this would be a pretty good pit strategy call. 3 wide for 3rd place up out of turn 4. On the aerial shot, that would be Michael McDowell, Ty Gibbs, Christopher Bell in that battle. Still 3 wide just out of the rear view of all of them as McDowell holds on for 3rd now. And it's Gibbs and Bell side by side for position. Carson Hocevar, Joey Logano also in the mix. Battle for the lead at the front of the pack. Shane Van Gisbergen to the inside of Denny Hamlin. SVG finished 3rd in the truck race yesterday. It was awesome at right up in the bottom of that racetrack on a longer green flag run, older tires, so maybe the right side tires only. He had a good kind of practice session with the truck series, and knowing what older tires feel like, that could help him out perhaps. And SVG with a clean pass on Denny Hamlin works him over after about a lap of side-by-side racing, and Shane Van Gisbergen out in front on an oval here at North Wilkesboro. He's had a fantastic weekend so far. And he had a good run in the Open a couple years ago in the All-Star race as well. Actually, it might have been last season if I'm remembering correctly. The All-Star race was ran before he started winning races. While being a Cup Series regular. Christopher Bell getting by Michael McDowell. Ty Gibbs did the lap before that. Hamlin, I don't think, is going to be able to hold on those older tires. It seems like there's not much of a difference if you took rights versus 4 tires, but staying out completely on older rights for Denny Hamlin is costing him. And being the only car that stayed out of the pits, probably not helping either. Didn't have any buffer cars behind him. Quickly lost track position. Not having the clean air after SVG got by him for the lead. Van Gisbergen not really pulling away from the rest of the pack outside of the 11 cars. The 54 of Gibbs looking to the inside. He took right side tires only during that last pit stop. Hamlin working the top right now, trying to play a little bit of defense as Gibbs around the bottom, wrapping the white line on both ends of the racetrack. Looking to see if he can get past his Toyota teammate. Full field running order with about 20 laps to go in stage one as Shane Van Gisbergen in the lead. Ty Gibbs in second. Denny Hamlin third. Carson Hocevar fourth. And Joey Logano in fifth. Sixth is Christopher Bell. Seventh, Tyler Reddick. Chase Elliott eighth. Michael McDowell now ninth. And Chase Briscoe rounding out the top 10. Austin Cindric in 11th. Eric Jones 12th. William Byron 13th. Austin Dillon 14th. Ty Dillon 15th. Todd Gilliland 16th. Ryan Blaney 17th. 18th, Chris Buescher. Brad Keselowski 19th. And Daniel Suarez in 20th. 21st, Josh Berry with Alex Bowman 22nd, Ryan Preece 23rd, Bubba Wallace 24th, and AJ Allmendinger 25th. 26th, Noah Gragson, Zane Smith 27th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 28th, Austin Hill 29th, and Riley Herbston 30th. Cole Custer 31st, Kyle Larson 32nd, 33rd for Connor Zilisch, Cody Ware 34th, and John Nemechek with a spin in 35th. Ross Chastain 36th after the pass-through penalty at the start. Chad Fincham also off the lead lap in 37th. That is a full field running order in the early laps against stage one, and we have about 18 laps to go in the first stage out of 80. All right, Denny Hamlin in third, kind of holding up a pack of cars right now. Carson Hocevar is the first one behind him. Joey Logano to the inside. Hocevar now for fourth. Logano maybe trying to pick the 77 behind the 11. McDowell now holding on to his track position after taking 2 tires on pit road, and he is already outside the top 10 and will not get stage points here for stage one. A split 3-wide middle between Chase Briscoe and Austin Cindric. A little bit of contact between the two in the 71. Out of turn 4 all the way down the front stretch. Saw some contact 3-wide at times in the truck race yesterday. It's actually how Carson Hocevar cut a tire on a restart late in stage 2, and also seeing that on several occasions with 3-wide in the early stage 1 tonight in the Cup race. So Logano got by Hocevar after he was picked behind Denny Hamlin, who's slower on older tires. Logano has since passed Hamlin now for third, and Hocevar finally getting back to the inside of Denny for fourth. SVG trying to hold on to get the stage win on Ty Gibbs, who has ran him down now within a half a second of the leader. 3/10 to be exact the last time by at the start-finish line. Still 14 laps to go in stage 1. That extra track time and just mentioning about Penske and Christopher Bell being guys that are good on shorter, flatter ovals. Shane Van Gisbergen, some of his better oval starts in his first full-time rookie season in the Cup Series last year came on tracks like North Wilkesboro Speedway, Gateway, New Hampshire. And here he is this weekend, North Wilkesboro now in a points-paying race. And boy, does he need the points. 15th in the standings entering today. Right on that chase bubble. A stage win could be massive for this 97 team. And a top 10 a week ago at Atlanta also scored some good points there as well. Ryan Blaney trying to come from the back of the pack. He's currently in a battle for 14th with Ty Dillon. And a couple more cars up for grabs. Austin Dillon and Eric Jones in front of the 12 as Blaney completes the pass on Ty Dillon for that 14th spot. Battle in the in-season tournament challenge between Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney. Bell beating him in 6th right now. Blaney again 14th. And Todd Gilliland 16th to Chase Elliott's 8th in the other semifinal matchup of the in-season tournament challenge. That is late in stage number 1. SVG trying to get by a lap car. 66 of Fincham came up wide off turn 2, trying to maximize his on-throttle time and actually might have made a little bit of contact. Joey Logano looking faster than both the 97 and the 54 in front of him, though. I believe Logano, the first car of those that took 4 tires during that last pit stop. And it's paying dividends. Less than 10 to go for SVG to try to hold on for the stage win. Ty Gibbs moving up in turns 3 and 4 at least, trying to run that middle groove of the racetrack. Definitely entering the braking zone much deeper than Van Gisbergen. Diamond cutting the corner now through turns 1 and 2. Entered high. A dive down to the bottom in the center of the corner and trying to get a straight line exit off. Versus SVG just wrapping the white line on both ends of the racetrack. Gibbs is making up some ground, running the line he's doing, and I wonder if SVG is going to try to play defense if he gets closer. And what will Joey Logano do from third? Is he still closing the gap? He has been the fastest car on the racetrack the last several laps. He was about a tenth faster than both the leaders in front of him that last time by. Logano's been wrapping the bottom lane of the racetrack on both ends, much like Van Gisbergen. More 3 wide on the front stretch and maybe a little bit more contact to go with it. Battle for the free pass position. That's where that's going on. So Ross Chastain's trying to get back on the lead lap. Kyle Larson in the 5 in the mix there as well after having contact on pit road with Alex Bowman, forcing him to come back onto pit road for a lengthy period of time before getting back to green flag action. Ty Gibbs is about a half a car length off the back bumper of Shane Van Gisbergen as we are down to just 4 laps to go this time by in stage 1. And Joey Logano maybe 2 to 2.5 car lengths off the back of the 54 car for second. If Gibbs can get to that right rear corner panel of SVG, maybe over. SVG comes off the white line just a little bit as he's trying to play defense down to the bottom with a late block on Gibbs as well. Will Gibbs use the bumper? Center of the corner, SVG washes up the racetrack. Gibbs can't quite slip to the inside. Logano with a big run off turn 4. He'll now dive to the bottom to get to the inside of Gibbs for second into turns 1 and 2. Hanging on that left rear corner panel. And they are not quite side by side down the backstretch. Gibbs holds on for now. Gibbs on the attack on Van Gisbergen while also trying not to lose a spot to Joey Logano. Gibbs got a great drive off turn 4 that last time by. 2 laps to go in the stage. Gibbs rounding the top through 1 and 2. Van Gisbergen cleared down the back straightaway. Ty Gibbs again going to go to the upper lane. Will SVG wash out again? No, he stays committed to the bottom, and Gibbs nearly slips to the right rear and now blocked by the 97 Windy Chevrolet of Van Gisbergen. Through turns 1 and 2. Final time, stage 1. Gibbs slips to the right rear, and they're door-to-door down the backstretch. And into turns 3 and 4 for the stage 1 win. Side by side, Shane Van Gisbergen, Ty Gibbs as they come to the line. Gibbs wins the race back to the throttle, and by less than half a car length will win stage 1 at North Wilkesboro. Shane Van Gisbergen with a close second place finish in the opening stage. Joey Logano third, Denny Hamlin fourth, and Carson Hocevar rounding out the top 5 in 5th. 6th place for Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott 7th, Chase Briscoe 8th, Austin Cindric 9th, and William Byron rounding out the top 10. And getting the final stage point in 10th place, again 1 point per position. And a great battle there between Gibbs and Van Gisbergen down the stretch. Both of those drivers took right side tires only during the last pit stop. Logano the first on 4 fresh Goodyears. We'll see if he maybe flips that and takes 2 on this next stop. And I would assume those that took rights on the last stop will probably take 4 under this one, as we'll be seeing our second pit stops of the day. Denny Hamlin faded fast there at the very beginning of the run, but it seemed like the tires evened out after about a dozen laps or so because Denny Hamlin was able to hold on for 4th for a relatively lengthy period of time as we went over 30 laps green to the end of the stage on that last run. And the stage caution at lap 80, our second yellow of the night, after 1 caution for incident in the first 80 laps of the first stage. So Ty Gibbs, who qualified, or I guess would have started the race in second, Blaney having to start at the rear, was the pole sitter. He has led the most laps, 46 for him, 9 for Hamlin, and 28 for SVG. Take another break. You're listening live on KRC to full flag-to-flag coverage of the North Wilkesboro Cup return for Points Paid Racing, the Window World 450. Sunday night action, North Carolina, Wilkes County. And Ty Gibbs winning stage 1. Very similar finish to the stage of how Gibbs won at Bristol against Ryan Blaney in a head-to-head overtime battle. Only difference was this was on a long green flag run of about 30 to 35 laps. But a side-by-side finish between Gibbs and SVG, with Gibbs on the outside just as he was at Bristol back in the spring, holding off Blaney for the win. was able to do the same for the stage there on SVG early tonight. Gibbs has been great on the short tracks this season, and here he is again. I'm sure he'll be a competitor and a strong one at that for the rest of the night. Assuming he, of course, can keep that car clean. Haven't really seen lap traffic much today with that caution right in the middle of the first stage and it only being 80 laps, but 185 laps in both stages 2 and 3 is probably going to yield for a lot more opportunities of longer green flag runs than what we've already had today, and lap traffic, which is definitely going to be fun to watch those long green flag battles for the lead. Moving chicanes, if you will, should cause some changes of position up at the front of the pack.
NASCAR Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts, Toyota, Let's Go Places, and by Credit One Bank. For what's ahead. Stage 1 complete, a thrilling Stage 1 here in North Wilkesboro. The win goes to Ty Gibbs. On a gorgeous Sunday evening in the hills of North Carolina, pit road is open. Shannon?
Joey Logano holding serve in the top three. Feels like he's lost the center and front end turn. 4 tires for that 22, Marty.
Shannon, it wasn't the stage win for SVG, and he joked with Stephen doing his crew chief. Sorry, I tried. I ran out of rears on that last lap. 2-3 on entry and exit. It wasn't for Ty Gibbs. He said, my only complaint, a little bit too tight firing off. 4 tires in a row. Ty Gibbs hits the jump, pulls out in front of Logano, Shane Van Gisbergen, Hamlin out fourth, and then it's Carson Hocevar. Stage 2 coming up.
Harbor Freight Tools are working hard in real garages across America. Get Nico's Automotive Shop in Des Plaines, Illinois. Man's affordable.
All right, pit stops wrapping up here for stage number 1 up at the front of the pack. And we'll check to see the running order in that race off of pit road. Leaders get back around to the start-finish line. We'll have the full leaderboard back up and running for you. Ty Gibbs going to be the race leader. Joey Logano moves up a spot to second. Shane Van Gisbergen third. Denny Hamlin fourth. And Carson Hocevar going to be the new top 5 and 5th. Chase Elliott will now be 6th. Bubba Wallace 7th. Chase Elliott 8th. William Byron 9th. And Chris Buescher in 10th. Eric Jones has fallen back to 11th. And Ryan Blaney, after starting at the rear, up to 12th already after the first stage. So that is your update at the front of the pack as we start stage 2. How do I remember races from years ago? Well, I just can, I guess. I guess if you care about something enough, it's easy to remember. It's kind of second nature at that point. All right, so 47 laps left for Gibbs. He's still the leader after winning the race off of pit road and winning the opening stage here tonight. We'll get started for stage 2 shortly in the Window World 450 at North Wilkesboro Speedway. 6 lead changes so far tonight. Some of those during the couple of pit stops. Some differentiating strategy. Gibbs leading those opening laps. Shane Van Gisbergen there late after taking that away from Denny Hamlin, who led on the short side of the green flag run towards the end of the first stage.
15. Got some news for you. It's our stage 1 winner, Ty Gibbs, speeding on pit road. We'll restart stage 2 at the tail end of the longest line, but incredible racing all over the racetrack throughout that first stage, Jamie. What stood out?
Well, the track's really wide, but the driver's going to like it. I'm looking at Joey Logano right now. When I think about tonight and the fact that we saw some strategy with Hamlin in the first stage,
Joey Logano, Paul Wolf, or Lipo when it comes to strategy and staying out. Nobody is better at that. The 22 car, and he has speed.
For me, SVG is running up front on an oval. This guy's coming around. I don't like it because we're racing him for points with the 43 car, but dang, he looked good out there. He was that close to his first stage ever, not on a road course. And boys, up in the booth, I'm telling you, we sat down here for the whole first stage. And if we stay here by the end of this thing, we're going to look like Cole Trickle, Rowdy Burns, and Russ Wheeler with all the debris and rubber all over our face.
Okay, I'm here for it. All right, Larson had a penalty there. You know, he didn't have a lot of track position anyway. Riley Herbst and Cody Ware also got penalties. They'll come from the back.
The 97, look at the front windshield on that thing. I mean, it can't be very easy to see out of the house peeled off.
It's as if they tried to get the tear off and did it entirely. You see those?
Yikes.
Yeah.
Those little tabs up
Drag it
there,
to
right?
up here.
Little tabs. Every time they come down pit road, they're going to grab one of them tabs and try to pull off a dirty sheet, cleaning the windshield instantly. Let's listen to some radio.
Right there, I know it's not ideal. Hopefully it'll blow off. Yeah, the bubbles are real bad. Real distorted right in front of me.
That is absolutely annoying. The driver, you don't need that distraction, and it definitely will be a distraction until he can get that off the windshield. I don't think that it has a chance of blowing off.
No, not
It'd
here.
be nice.
I don't think the speeds are high enough here.
His teammate Ross Chastain does get the free pass back on the lead lap. Gibbs comes from the back here, so that means Logano and SVG on the road.
And if it does blow off, somebody's going to be overheating because that's going to be stuck on somebody's grill more than likely on the racetrack as well. All right, so Joey Logano and SVG on the front row for the restart. Van Gisbergen taking the inside of row one. Ty Gibbs not up at the very front of the field as advertised. I believe he was speeding on pit road, so he'll be at the back now after winning stage one. Green flag is back in the air, and SVG and Logano will battle on the opening green flag lap of the second stage. Logano trying to shut the door on the inside of Van Gisbergen. SVG slides underneath of him up out of turn four, and they're side by side again. So now these two cars have four fresh tires to the front of the field, heads up even. Remember, Van Gisbergen took rights only, and now he's equals with Joey Logano, and we'll look to see what the 97 car actually has after finishing runner-up in the first stage. Carson Hocevar slide jobbing Hamlin clear off turn four for the third place position, and SVG by a nose led that last lap over Logano, and he's nearly clear up out of turn two. He can't quite move up the racetrack in front of Joey. See if he can this time off turn four. Trying to win the race back to the throttle. He's got it. Shane Van Gisbergen to the lead. And now blocking Logano down into turn one. It was trying to dive bomb and get a crossover to the inside, but that was negated as Van Gisbergen remains the leader. Eyeballs on Blaney back in the middle of the traffic. Stuck between side-by-side cars of Austin Dillon and Eric Jones. Right around where he restarted. And more problems, it looks like, for Kyle Larson on track after contact with Ty Gibbs and being bounced up into John Hunter Nemechek 3 wide at the tail end of the lead lap. Not a good night for Larson early on. Had contact on pit road with the first stop with Alex Bowman in the 48. Larson is back on the lead lap of the wave around, but he is in 32nd. And Nemechek a lap down still in 36. Fincham 2 laps down in 37. 35 cars out of the 37 that started are on the lead lap. SVG in the lead for the second different time now. 7 lead changes, 35 laps led for Van Gisbergen. Out of the first 100 laps now complete out of 450. A little bit of a later start here on this Sunday night after some rain. Had washed into the early going. This race was supposed to start about 7 p.m. Eastern. Didn't get started until a little after 7:30. So we are just wrapping up the first 100 laps out of 450 tonight. Long ways to go at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Full field running order early in the second stage has Shane Van Gisbergen out in front with Joey Logano in second, Carson Hocevar third, Denny Hamlin fourth, and Chase Elliott now up to fifth. Sixth is Bubba Wallace with William Byron in seventh, Chase Briscoe eighth, Chris Buescher ninth, and Austin Dillon in 10th. 11th is Ryan Blaney, Todd Gillen 12th, Austin Cindric, 13th, Christopher Bell 14th, and Eric Jones 15th. 16th is Daniel Suarez, Josh Berry 17th, Tyler Reddick 18th, Brad Keselowski 19th, and Ryan Preece in 20th. 21st, AJ Allmendinger with Alex Bowman 22nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd, Ty Dillon 24th, and Austin Hill in 25th. Noah Gregson is 26th, 27th, Zane Smith, Cole Custer 28th, Michael McDowell 29th, and Connor Zilic in 30th. Ross Chastain 31st, Ty Gibbs 32nd after the speeding penalty, Kyle Larson 33rd, Riley Herbst 34th, and Cody Ware last car in the lead lap in 35th. John Hunter Nemechek a lap down 36th, and again 2 laps down. Chad Fincham in 37th, rounding out the full field running order. 104 laps complete out of 450 in the early green flag run as we start stage 2. Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott in a battle for 4th as Elliott working well on the outside lane, clearing Denny Hamlin on that last lap, and has his eyes set now after Carson Hocevar for 3rd. Chase Briscoe working his way forward after starting 30th tonight up to 8th place. Him and Ryan Blaney, both the 2 biggest movers in this one. While we've been on the Blaney watch, it's been a very quiet run for Briscoe, but a good one at that. Speaking of Blaney, he now just moved into the top 10, getting by Austin Dillon, while Briscoe trying to get another spot on the 24 of William Byron, nearly slipped to his right rear corner panel off turn 4, carries momentum down the front stretch, now dive bombs into 1 and 2, trying to slider, and he's not clear up out of turn 2, and he's going to have to try it again within the next lap or so. That was a big dive bomb by Briscoe that didn't work out for him. Did a great job keeping it off the left side of Byron's race car. Clean battle so far. Carson Hocevar still staying around the top of the track as Chase Elliott made the pass around the outside on Hamlin. So Chase now trying to work the inside lane to get up to 3rd. Both Hocevar, Elliott, and even SVG all ran the Truck Series race yesterday at North Wilkesboro, so that extra track time looking like it's panning out for 3 of those drivers up in the top 5 in the early laps of the race, and all had success at various points yesterday. Hocevar leading the second most laps, SVG finishing 3rd, and Chase Elliott up in the top 5 for most of it. Battle for the in-season tournament challenge in the head-to-head between Todd Gilliland and Chase Elliott. Do not count Todd Gilliland out. He has finished 12th or better in 2 of the 3 short flat ovals this season. Bristol a 6th place finish and a 12th place run at Phoenix back in the spring. Chase Elliott, while ahead of him now in 4th, Gilliland is in 12th and solidly having a good run tonight, trying to put a little bit of pressure on Chase to make the final round for that $1 million bonus. And the other battle, Ryan Blaney versus Christopher Bell. Blaney started at the rear after initially was going to be the pole sitter, had to make a steering change prior to the drop of the green flag, so unapproved adjustments. From the tail to 9th for Blaney, Bell, who started the day in 3rd, has been as high as 2nd, but he's mired back in 13th for the time being. Lost some track position on pit road multiple times now and struggling to get that track position back. Battle for the lead, Joey Logano, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Logano trying to pass SVG on the outside just as Gibbs did late in stage 1. He'll get there, that time by on the front stretch and through turns 1 and 2, sweeping around that outer lane, trying to get the run off, and Logano will be clear down the back straightaway. First lead of the night for Joey Logano. SVG in 2nd. We'll see how long he'll hold on to that spot for, as the distance is quickly now a half a second between the 22 and the 97 that last time by at the line, as Logano's got a fast Ford Mustang here this evening. Carson Hocevar 1.4 seconds off the lead in 3rd. 1.7 seconds to Chase Elliott in 4th, and Bubba Wallace with a good performance so far, 2.5 seconds off the lead in 5th. 6th is Denny Hamlin fading on the restart. He's 2.7 seconds back. 3.1 seconds off the lead for William Byron in 7th. Chase Briscoe still in 8th, 3.5 back. In 9th is Ryan Blaney, Logano's teammate, 3.8 seconds off of his teammate. Chris Buescher in 10th place, rounding out the top 10 now, passing Dillon the last time by. Buescher is 4.4 seconds off the race leader. Some of those Fords starting to move forward now in the pack, 3 of them in the top 10 all of a sudden. And while we had 5 Toyotas up in the top 7 at the start of the race, now we only have 3 of them in the top 10. 3 Chevys up in the top 5 right now with the 97, 77, and 9. David GB, thanks for tuning in. SVG learning a short track is like Happy Gilmore learning to putt. Yes, it is. SVG learned how to short track race. Man, what a talent this guy is. Behind the wheel of a race car, and just the ability to be able to adapt as quickly as he has in just what is only a second full-time season in Cup. We saw flashes of it late last year when the playoffs began. It was kind of a little too late in the playoffs when he started having good runs on ovals because he was already eliminated under that format. But this season, here he is. Leading laps several times. Had a 6th place finish last week at Atlanta after leading laps at various times in that race, and nearly winning a stage this week at North Wilkesboro, a 3rd yesterday afternoon in the truck race. 48 laps led for that 97 car, and he's still in 2nd right now. Side-by-side commercial break on TNT currently airing. 1.2 seconds off the lead is SVG with Joey Logano. And Logano starting to put a little bit of distance between himself and 2nd.
Here at North Wilkesboro, Joey Logano leading. Our coverage on TNT presented by Liberty Mutual. Start drifting back through the top 10. And just outside the top 10, riding 11th right now, Austin Dillon. Let's get an update there. What's going on, Shannon?
Yeah, another solid weekend for Austin Dillon, who finished 7th at Atlanta. He is the 3rd generation of Childersmen to race here at North Wilkesboro. There you see his granddad, Richard Childers, right there. He started in 19 races at the track. Dad, Mike Dillon, he won 2 late model races here. Of course, about driving that 3. He told me that he grew up listening to everyone riding up that elevator in Victory Lane, and of course would love to do it today. Guys, Richard Childers was on the radio for Dad Mike Dillon when he won those late model races, and you know that he is encouraging his grandson right now.
RC, he's not afraid to jump on the radio, give it a little encouragement, maybe a little coaching. He drove that race.
Maybe some commentary on other drivers, right?
I love it. I love it. Sport's lucky to have an owner like RC. Been around this long, here every single week. All these owners are so committed, but he always finds a place to perch up. You can always see him find a place to watch. Today it's Victory Lane. You see that 23 car, Bubba Wallace. He's lost the position he gained from his owner, Denny Hamlin. Denny's went back by him into 5th, and now Bubba's starting to struggle just a little bit here, falling back to this little battle. And then the 12 of Blaney done a great job tonight getting through the field.
A 2-tire stop to gain track position might be showing up for Bubba Wallace. Briscoe is there. We talked about Blaney. 12 car's got his best running position of the night after coming from deep in the field. And you know what I love about this, and we talked about it earlier, Steve, they didn't play any games. It wasn't a 2-tire stop. They just straight up went after it. He's got speed driving to the front.
He has speed. And watch how the 12 runs this racetrack. We talk a lot about the top, the bottom, and all the options. He rolls in the bottom. Super patient. Watch how low this exit is. His left front basically gets all the way below the white line. That's a car that's doing a lot of the right things. Blaney just in rhythm, just clicking laps off. He knows this is a long stage 2. Another car that's done a good job kind of working his way forward, Christopher Bell. They made the adjustment on pit road, pulling a little bit of tape on the brakes. Here he is on the outside of the 2 of Cindric for 12th position. Bell recovering, yeah. Yeah, Bell's +6 since the restart. And 21 car too, Josh Berry, a little short track ace around this area. He's +5 since the restart. And the Wood Brothers car. We talk a lot about I'm sorry, Adam. I was going to say about Logano. Think about a driver that could use a run. There's 21 of man, Josh Berry could really use a good run.
But we know the connection with the Wood Brothers and T. Finsky. And, I mean, Logano's out front. We talked about how Blaney's driven through the field. Cindric inside the top 15. Berry right there with him. So collectively, those that are in the captain's court really doing a nice job here tonight.
I'm blown away. I know that they run the top of the racetrack. I keep saying it so over and over, but look at the 20 over here in turn 3 and 4 off the screen. He's running so high in turn 3 and 4. The whole field's using that groove. What an incredible racetrack.
What's going on, Danielle?
Josh Berry right now in the 21 car saying that he went back on his rear air pressures and he feels better about the car. When we talked to Josh earlier today, he said, I'm the reason, a big part of the reason we are back here racing at North Wilkesboro after I raced for Dale Jr. in a late model. So Dale, are you going to let Josh Berry take all the credit?
Let anybody take credit. So there's a lot of different people. I know he's playing around. There's a lot of different people that play a big role in this, but it's been a tough year for Josh, and not sure what his plans are for next year. We know he won't be in this car again, but they still want to finish the season strong, and he's auditioning for whatever opportunities there may be for that young driver. He's still got a lot left in the tank.
Reigning champ in the O'Reilly Series, Jesse Love, driving for RCR now, will come over and drive the 21 next year as he'll run for Rookie of the Year at the Cup level. And we go back now to Ty Gibbs, so good in the early portion of this race, 28th after the speeding penalty.
Yeah, speeding penalty is putting him back in the back, and he just, he's moved up a few spots, a handful of spots. It's just slow moving for the 54.
It's hard to preach patience, but I watch what Gibbs is doing from the back here, and it reminds me a little of what we saw from Blaney early as we get a good view here. It's the Cheddar's onboard camera riding with Austin Hill.
Talked about those old races here and just the grind that they could be. We're starting to see that. 46 lap green flag run. You were just mentioning Danny Hamlin. Maybe he was just cruising. Maybe he was just riding. Well, as the tires heat up, as they start to wear, here comes the 11. Trying to methodically move its way forward.
This reminds me a little bit of Harvick. You know how good he was at Richmond over the years? And you would start a run, and he would drift, and I realized tire fall off here is not what it is there, but he would fade early in a run, and then as the run continued, here he would come, and Hamlin up another one now, fourth, going by Hocevar.
And you see that 88 fall back to the field. Zillage with the left front damage from on pit road, contact with the 5 car. Zillage had a top 10 car in practice. Well, he had decent times as well. Got the 9 car. Chase Elliott's moved up to second place. Got around SVG. Maybe trying to close the gap. He is. See that distance to second place getting shorter and shorter. The reason why is because the 22 car, you can see him on the right side of the screen, that yellow car way up there. He is in traffic. He's caught the back of the field. He's now had to move to the bottom of the racetrack where he doesn't really want to run, where it's not faster. Trying to get around some of these cars who are using the high line. But you told us this fourth race of the weekend, 2 cars tour races. And the truck race, that hopefully they were trending up. Every race he seems to finish better. Maybe the fourth one will be the magic. He's also going to catch his lap traffic as well, but he's already chopped a couple of tenths off that lead that Logano had.
He's a throwback kind of guy. And here we are at the ultimate throwback track. Chase Elliott, the second behind Logano. Van Gisbergen, Hamlin, Hocevar inside the top 5. We're 62 laps into stage 2 here at North Wilkesboro.
Joey Logano starting to get into some more in-depth lap traffic as he was just lapping the 32nd place car of Ross Chastain towards the tail end of the field, who has still been struggling after having to basically start this race a lap down. Currently, Joey Logano has a 2.1 second advantage over Chase Elliott in position number 2. A 3.7 second lead to Shane Van Gisbergen in third. Denny Hamlin 3.9 seconds back at fourth, and Chase Briscoe 5.3 seconds out of the lead, rounding out the top 5 in fifth. So that is the top 5. The intervals between themselves in a race leader. Joey Logano, 43 laps led, all of them here in the second stage. Came in first driver below the Chase cutoff line. And entering the day has only led 116 laps so far this season. I mean, it's a decent chunk for a guy that far back in points. Most of those, though, were on drafting ovals, Atlanta, Daytona, Talladega. We have not seen much of a success out of Logano. Only 2 top 5 finishes out of the 20 races in 2026. 3 DNFs. He's finished more often than not a huge amount of DNFs, just has been off the pace slow compared to his Penske teammate Ryan Blaney this year. 6 top 10 finishes, but one of those was last week at Atlanta. Looked like a somewhat return to form for him. And while the 12 car's been quick, The 22's been just as fast, if not faster, so far this evening. And Logano looking like the Logano of old. 37 career NASCAR Cup Series wins. He's on the doorstep of 40. He's been waiting a while to break back into victory lane again. And obviously winless so far this season. But maybe tonight's the night for Logano if he can continue this performance up that he is showing for right now. Still very early in this race, 150 of 450 laps complete. Still a little less than an hour in, though. Just one caution per incident, a relatively fast pace to this one so far as we're nearing nighttime skies completely at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Still a little bit of sunlight out there, but the lights are on. The track temp is going to continue to cool and maybe go through some swings as we get later into the race. Again, a big shout out to those of you tuning in for tonight's stream. We've got about 150 concurrent viewers watching. If you haven't hit the like button, definitely be sure to do so and subscribe for more NASCAR content, live commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend across the Truck, O'Reilly, and Cup Series. Next weekend, Indianapolis Motor Speedway Brickyard 400 weekend, a crown jewel event for the NASCAR Cup Series. There will also be the finals of the in-season tournament challenge and that $1 million bonus on the line as well. We will have coverage and live commentary streams every day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next weekend as the Truck, O'Reilly, and Cup Series will be in Indianapolis. The Truck Series with their standalone short track race at Indianapolis Raceway Park on that old worn out tiny circuit. And then, of course, the big 2.5 mile Brickyard for the O'Reilly and Cup races Saturday and Sunday with the main event of the weekend. Again, the Brickyard 400 Sunday afternoon next weekend. Start times for those streams. I will find that real quick. Truck race for Friday night is going to be at 8 p.m. Eastern next weekend. So 8 p.m. Eastern Friday night next week will be live for the Truck Series race. The O'Reilly Auto Parts race on Saturday afternoon will be at about 4 p.m. Eastern with Cup Series practice and qualifying. We'll be streaming that as well. That will be at about 1 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. So doubleheader Saturday and the NASCAR Cup race Sunday afternoon next weekend on the channel. Slightly earlier start time compared to most races this year. We're going to go live for that at about 1:30 p.m. Eastern next Sunday. Brickyard 400. Again, the final race also of the in-season tournament challenge. So that is the update for next weekend. Denny Hamlin starting to press forward on this long green flag run, as we tend to see out of Denny Hamlin on short tracks. He's been the fastest car on track, along with his teammate actually in fourth of Chase Briscoe. They're both moving through the field. Briscoe to fourth. Hamlin, though, to second. Has been quicker than both Logano and Elliott. He just passed Chase Elliott that last time by. And so now the top five reigns Logano in the lead, Denny Hamlin second, Chase Elliott to third, Chase Briscoe fourth, and Shane Van Gisbergen now falling to fifth after leading earlier in the green flag run off the restart. Lap traffic is causing some of that positioning order change, maybe a little bit of a lapse in tires as well. We've seen about 0.7 of a second of fall off from the fastest laps of the race to the laps that the leaders were running that last time by. Man, this stage is flying by. We're almost halfway through stage 2 already. Crazy. Christopher Bell and Eric Jones on track battling. Was probably expecting Bell to have a little bit better of a night. He's still 13th. He's up 5 positions from the last restart at 18th, but he is not moving forward through the pack quite like his teammates Hamlin and Briscoe have done. Didn't look as fast as his teammate Gibbs, who won stage 1 when he had clean air and traffic. Gibbs, though, actually in danger of going a lap down. He is the last car in the lead lap at 27th with his current spot after having that speeding penalty in the pits, setting themselves behind with that 54 team. He's stuck behind the 38 of Zane Smith right now, and the leader Logano to the inside of Gibbs. He's going to try to use Zane Smith as a pick and maybe get by both cars. Smith wiggles with the front tires in turns 3 and 4. Logano clears Gibbs. Now he's nose to nose with Smith. and he is going to put both cars a lap down. So Gibbs is going to have to fight hard just to try to get into the free pass position, because as the run goes longer, more cars are likely to fall off of the lead lap, and he would have to try to keep pace with the back of this 22 car, which right now Logano still, despite not quite being as fast as Hamlin and Briscoe on track, has still been very fast. And he's got a 3.7 second lead over Denny Hamlin still as well. So a bit of a gap, and probably got quite a few lap cars between the top two positions as well. 4.7 seconds to Elliott in third, and a 4.8 second lead to Briscoe back in fourth. Chase Briscoe, Chase Elliott, the two chases now side by side for third place. Briscoe on the bottom, Elliott around the top. Elliott was working that outside well in the short side of the run, making passes on Hamlin. Hamlin only to get him back on the inside later in the run. And a little bit of a defensive line when you run the top, because you can get that straighter line exit speed. And although this is a relatively flat racetrack, there's a little bit of banking in the corners to try to help get that run off the corner exit as well. The cars that are able to wrap that white line and actually make passes down there, they were the ones to beat yesterday in the truck race, and we're seeing that again through the Cup race tonight with the likes of Hamlin and Logano making some great ground down on the bottom. Passes to go along with it, still even with their first and second place running positions. Doing pretty well for themselves there. Briscoe will slide up clear of Chase Elliott, and he is into third place as TNT heads to commercial yet again. We'll go through the full field running order. 170 laps complete out of 450 now. Hour 5 minutes into the race. Joey Logano leads by 4.4 seconds over Denny Hamlin. Really gapped him those last few laps. It's 4/10 faster than Hamlin, who was stuck in lap traffic last time by. Chase Briscoe is in third place with Chase Elliott in fourth. Shane Van Gisbergen in fifth. Ryan Blaney in sixth. Seventh for Carson Hocevar. Austin Cindric eighth. Bubba Wallace ninth. And William Byron rounding out the top 10. Austin Dillon in 11th. 12th is Chris Buescher. Josh Berry 13th. Christopher Bell 14th. And Todd Gilliland 15th. 16th is Eric Jones. Daniel Suarez 17th. Brad Keselowski 18th. Tyler Reddick 19th. And Ryan Preeson 20th. 21st, Alex Bowman with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 22nd. 23rd, AJ Allmendinger. And Ty Dillon now the last car in the lead lap in 24th. 25th is Noah Gregson. Ty Gibbs in 26th. 27th, Zane Smith. Austin Hill 28th. Kyle Larson 29th. And Michael McDowell 30th. Cole Custer 31st. Ross Chastain 32nd. Riley Herbst 33rd. Cody Ware 34th. And Connor Zillage 35th. John Nemechek 36th. And Chad Fincham rounds out the 37-car field. All 37 cars still in the race that started here tonight. Take another quick break. You're listening live on KRC to our full flag-to-flag coverage of the Window World 450 at North Wilkesboro. Again, like, subscribe for more NASCAR content like this every NASCAR race weekend. We have well over 200 concurrent viewers in the chat. Thank you so much for tuning in here this evening. We had a big showing last week for Atlanta as well. Unfortunately, with the rain delay for nearly 4 hours, I had to cut the stream short. I was unable to get to the finish of that race late on a Sunday night. But here this evening, all should be going well. I mentioned already, once that storm shower passed through, percentage of rain very, very low the rest of the night, so we should easily be able to get all of tonight's action in. And we've got some green flag pit stops ongoing. All of a sudden, Christopher Bell has made his way to pit road alongside Chris Buescher, trying to split this stage in half. Remember, they can go about 160 laps on fuel, but if we do go green all the way through stages 2 and 3, they will have to pit under green flag conditions, so trying to take advantage of that. But if a caution comes out, you're going to get trapped a lap down, so risk versus reward. We'll just see how things will play out.
Starting to see some green flag pit stops. We just talked about it.
Yeah, Bell a little on the early side. We saw some of that brake temp. He's coming in. Oh, the 16 of AJ Allmendinger made huge contact, broke the right rear suspension. I think that was in the entry to turn 1. He got up high into the fence.
Yeah, he was fighting really, really hard. He was fighting really, really hard to stay on the lead lap. On the outside of the 22 here. Let's watch him get down into turn 1. Man. Wow. And he had done a really good job to stay right there for several laps. Joey was having a hard time getting by. But if you're pushing hard, you're pushing harder than your car wants to go.
asking him to do things he doesn't want to do. William Byron on pit road. It's going to be a real kind of eye dropper strategy here. A couple cars every lap over the next 25 or 30 laps. I'm even hearing some whispers through the garage today about guys trying to run this entire stage. The fear is that what is the unknown? At lap 125, 130, do these rear tires just give up the ghost completely? Then you run long and you don't have an advantage. So a lot of different, a lot of different theories to a track that we have very little experience in.
Well, Allmendinger had the problem was 21st. He goes a lap down. Byron was the last car on the lead lap in 20th when he made that green flag pit stop.
And now Byron needs to find his way back around the leader to get one of those laps back. He's going to do it in a hurry, and you see him going by the 19 up the front stretch, right? So the 22, as you see on the upper left, he's on the middle of the back stretch. Byron is about a half a lap behind. That's to be 2 laps down. So he is 2 laps down from a green flag pit stop.
Byron's teammate Chase Elliott making a pit stop. Martin showed a lot of strength in the middle of that run, got up to second, and then at the end of the run, he said, I just can't miss the corner. It's like the right rear popped up. He mentioned that, and those teams considering running this entire stage out among them. But the host bars are debating it right now. They're in 6.
84 laps to go. So if you're going to run the whole thing, you got a long way to go. The 19 of Briscoe, Danielle.
Chase Briscoe was in. He was running third when he came in for this stop. They told him, manage the throttle on exit. This Toyota, one of the fastest in the Gibbs camp. Remember, all that track position they made up started 30th tonight. He's down and away.
Just a reminder, once again, the problem is it's about a problem. Big stack up. Looks like cars are maybe trying to come to pit road. The 45 of Reddick, 48 of Bowman involved. Oh, you think about Byron and those cars, Chase Elliott, that were on pit road. This is going to be a huge problem for their night.
Well, you don't want to speculate, but we talked about and you got to get where you want to be to manage that run to pit road. And I from the spotter stand, so we'll listen to all the radio here.
Right front's flat on the 48 there.
Bowman's so good here in the All-Star race last spring. Got a couple of wins on his resume when you talk about short tracks at NASCAR's top level.
Inside the top 15, 12th and 13th, and we're going to see the 4 exiting pit lane up on the racetrack, but everything's going 5. Oh, the 48's trying to get to pit road. Yes, sir. 48's coming from the top lane across traffic, gets caught by the 45.
Dang.
Contact right there with the inside wall, but yeah, that was just...
Reddick has to say about that. Yeah. Here you go. Top of your screen. Just a 48, just turns across. It's simple as that.
Yeah.
I know the 48's trying to come, but it's your responsibility. You just can't exit from the fast lane. And he's on the top of the racetrack, turning left across the 45. Reddick has no idea.
That caution's going to hurt those that have already been to pit road, trapped them a lap down, as mentioned moments ago.
For 30 years.
Looks like Ty Gibbs going to get the free pass. Sorry, Ty Dillon.
7 car of
Ty Dillon in 16th will get the free pass.
Admitted maybe the pit road was closed. NASCAR's just going to have to see what that is. His team's telling him to stay out. So, here we go. Watch this. Listen. Spotter communication. There was concern. We don't know if maybe the noise got him. Oh, this is going to be frustrating if you're a Reddick fan.
I just don't think you come to the top of the racetrack and enter pit road at turn 3. The 48, would probably be better served to run low in 1 and 2 with his intention to come to pit road.
It's kind of like wrecking pitting at Talladega from the 3rd lane. If you're going to come to pit road, you run the bottom of 3 and 4, so you're there. Here it's 1 and 2, and you hate it, but you have to put that on the 48. Right? The 45 just did nothing wrong, and it's going to cost the 45's mistake is going to cost 2 of his teammates, Byron and Chase Elliott, both 2 laps down because of green flag pit stop.
Yeah, we're showing right now, and all this has got a cycle, right? And it's so hard when you get a caution in the midst of green flag pit stops. But we're showing right now only 12 cars on the lead lap.
Reddick's talking to his team on the radio about the steering being off 1 hour. Think about the steering wheel as a clock, and he knows where that steering wheel needs to be going straight, and he says he's just a little bit off. So there'll be a little toe issue there.
The other thing I would say in regard to Reddick is, Hamlin got all those stage points in stage 1. Reddick comes in 24 behind, so insult to injury.
NASCAR's ruled Suarez between avoiding the accident and everything was going on. There'll be no penalty on the 7. I think that's probably the right decision. If he hits the orange box, and he's welcome to return to the racetrack anyway. I couldn't tell from that view. Let's hear about the 48, Danielle.
Yeah, Steve. Crew Chief Blake Harris for the 48 said, "Sorry, Alex, that's my fault." Alex responded and said, "No, I thought I had a hole, but maybe I didn't." They're asking how the water pressure is. He said, "I think it's fine." Then Blake said, "Come in, let's pit and work on it." Shannon? They got to work on short run speed for the 22. Paul Wolf says we're the best car on the long run. No air pressure adjustment for the 22, Marty.
Penny Hamlin on pit road as well. Ryan Blaney comes in third, and you couldn't have had a much better day for the 12 bunch. And you see Denny Hamlin leave pit road. For Ryan Blaney, he said, it just loses all rear turn, and I get rear stability. I need rear stability at the end of the run. That's what goes away for me. So 4 tires for the 12 bunch. They got the brake with a caution as well. Right back in the game for Ryan Blaney. We'll reset everything when we come back. The caution is out for the 3rd time tonight here in Wilkesboro. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
He almost beat SVG out of the pits for 3rd, leaving the pit lane there. So everybody who had not been to pit road during the green flag pit stop is going to pit now so they can make it on fuel to the end of stage number 2. And those that did pit already trapped a lap down after a caution on track between Alex Bowman and Tyler Reddick. Bowman trying to get to pit road from the top of the racetrack, exiting turn 2, and of course the entrance to pit road towards turn 3. Had cleaned out himself and the 45 as Reddick was already underneath him off the exit of the corner. Damage to the front of the 48, right front specifically, 45 of Reddick. Excuse me, not a lot of damage. Just basically got spun around there. And it looks like in the race off pit road, Ryan Blaney actually did beat Shane Van Gisbergen. He had a launch out of his pit box where I guess VG just wasn't going very fast and got beat. SVG was already idling at pit road speed. Blaney exited his pit box and kind of launched out in front of him. All right, so for the next restart, Joey Logano will be the leader. Denny Hamlin 2nd, Ryan Blaney 3rd, Shane Van Gisbergen 4th, Carson Hocevar 5th, and Bubba Wallace 6th will be the front 3 rows. More than likely with where they'll end up at the choose rule. 190 laps complete out of 450 tonight at North Wilkesboro. Our 2nd caution for incident and our 1st of stage 2 after our longest green flag run, lasting about 80 laps. All right. Joey Logano leading the way for the next restart, and we'll see how things are going to line up.
North Wilkesboro comes out in the middle of a cycle of green flag pit stops, so everything has got shaken up. But Joey Logano continues to lead. Hamlin, Blaney, Van Gisbergen, and Hocevar, the top 5. Let's do a little Where's Mamba?
Well, I'm checking out this Carolina Sky with some of my favorite people. I mean, look at these fans. You talk about saving short track racing. You got to show up, and these people are showing up all night long. This place is packed out. Golly, I love it out here, guys.
It's just been an unbelievable weekend. Points on the line at North Wilkesboro for the first time since 1996. So as we get this caution, and we said we were in the midst of stops, free pass goes to Ty Dillon. He's back on the lead lap inside the top 15. Ware and Briscoe take the wave around to the lead lap, so they're just outside. They're right there in the 14th, 15th position, and a number of cars waving to 1 lap down.
Good break for the 7 of Suarez. The rule is if you're below the orange box, you are committed to pit road. As we spin this forward, you're going to see he's clearly below it, but the 48 sliding to his left, crashing on the wall. NASCAR is ruling that the 7 was avoiding the accident. The spinning 48, therefore it wasn't a penalty. We'll see what the garage thinks about it. The rule was If you go below the orange box, you have to come to pit road. He was, but NASCAR to give the benefit of the doubt to the coming 48 cars spinning behind him.
Because they weren't caught in the cycle of stops, they got track position, restarting inside the top 10. Logano, Hamlin out front.
Been a busy 5 or 7 minutes here between racing, wrecking, and scoring. Yeah, you got a lot of cars now trying to race on the lead laps. Half the field's a lap down trying to race for the free pass.
I mean, think about Top Gilliland's in-season challenge battle. They were on the right side of it. Brad Keselowski talked about Suarez. All these drivers inside the top 10 for the first time tonight.
You mentioned that free pass. It's a stack of them, right? As we see the 97, 77, and 12 race for position inside the top 5. Gibbs, McDowell, Chastain, Hurts, Custer, Byron, Elliott. Just a whole mess of cars back there. That whole mess right there.
What do you call this, a bar fight?
Yeah. This bar fight right here is late in the night. This is like a 1:30 bar fight.
That's right.
It's got pretty good position right here, battling, trying to move forward in some of the lead lap cars.
And only 15 cars on the lead lap. So if you're Gibbs and you get a caution here, you get the free match, you're just right back in the game.
He just wants to be able to put cars between him and McDowell. McDowell's closing the gap. But he'd love to get around a few more cars and sort of distance himself from McDowell and everyone else trying to get that free pass.
Yeah, I mean, Chastain, the next guy back there, what a night it's been for him. And what about this duo out front? I mean, lost in it all. They got a couple of guys that are best to do it. Logano and Hamlin. This is a good toe-to-toe at a place like North Wilkesboro.
We talked about the 23 Hall of Famers that have won at North Wilkesboro. I don't think anyone in the crowd today would disagree that.
Very deceptive. Christopher Bell slid up the racetrack into the door of the 21.
Caution number 4.
Just talking about a car that needed a good run. Slapped the left front. You heard the communication on the radio. Watch it again.
Josh, top of the racetrack, headed down the back straightaway. A little contact here with a 5 and the 20. 3 wide. You got Briscoe on the outside. See Bill down in the middle of the corner, just gets loose right there and corrects up into the side of the 21. And unfortunately, that's a pretty hard hit for Josh into the outside wall.
The left front is turning because it spins around and kind of momentum's in.
Great break for Ty Gibbs, who will get the free pass.
Raced his tail off to get into that position and was there when the caution came out. And for Barry, just on the wrong end of it because they had made the pit stop when they're running inside the top 15. You lose a lap. You're back there running in the middle of the mess.
That's been the season for that 21.
It is.
Yeah, just got in there a little too deep, lost the back of the car. The footage there about Briscoe. Stay out of that.
And all of this won't make a huge difference to the running order. Still a lot of cars trapped 1 lap down. If we had run longer, maybe cars would pit. We'd get a rave around and all that. But I think it's only going to be Ty Gibbs who gets the free pass. Let's listen to the 20th Bell about the incident.
I don't know. First plan. I'm on it, rear grip right now. I want to play it. Brakes are traveling to the floor.
All right, brakes are traveling to the floor. We showed you that right front rotor overheating. And what happens is when these temperatures get hot, the brake fluid can either boil or even if it doesn't boil, it just gets super inefficient and the pedal gets really long. It can absolutely hurt the handling, Marty.
Yeah, the brake issues plus the handling issues for Christopher Bell and the 21 kind of paid him a visit after that incident. And he said, hey, I get it. Tell him I'm sorry. Tell a spotter I am sorry. Bell, a lap down. We'll pit next time. But his teammate Chase Briscoe pitting right here.
Well, they had taken the wave around to get back onto the lead lap. So they were in a good spot to be able to do that in that last cycle. Now you come down and get some tires, see if you can make a run. Is we're going to have, right around 60 laps to go in stage 2.
Well, we got a split field battle. We have Logano, Hamlin, SVG, Blaney, Hocevar at the front. But then we have McDowell, Chastain, Herbst, Byron, Elliott. Byron and Elliott, two very good cars that are trapped a lap down. So they're going to have to keep battling and hope to get that free pass.
The race for the lead, the race for the free pass. A whole lot to watch when we return to North Wilkesboro.
Joey Logano out in front under caution for the second time in Stage 2 and for the fourth time total in the race. Third for incident after a very quick green flag run. Fastest of the day of only a few laps as we had contact in a three-wide battle between Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, and Josh Berry, where Berry, the car on the outside, got the worst end of it, spun around into the turn 4 wall. Left side of the car there first, smack at the left rear, then slapping the left front into the wall after the fact. Logano's led for 98 laps today and still leading now with Denny Hamlin in second. Shane Van Gisbergen in third, Ryan Blaney fourth, and Carson Hocevar rounding out the top 5 in fifth. Bubba Wallace will sit sixth for the next restart. Almost halfway home here tonight, a little less than an hour and a half into the North Wilkesboro Speedway Window World 450. Take a quick break here. You're listening live on KRC. Our full flag-to-flag coverage continues for tonight's action. Jason Howell, thanks for tuning in. Authentic Trev, welcome to the stream. Some newcomers here over recent laps. Sandra, welcome in. Roy the Great, thanks for tuning in. Joe Rochester, Desmond McGarren. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe for live commentary coverage like this every NASCAR race weekend across the Truck, O'Reilly, and Cup Series. Crown Jewel event next weekend at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard 400. And we'll have just 5 races to go until the chase when that one begins next Sunday. Drivers trying to clinch chase spots tonight. Mathematically, Ryan Blaney, Ty Gibbs could lock their way in this evening. Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick already locked in after the first 20 races, with Hamlin the points leader and Reddick second. But Blaney closing in after that win at Atlanta last week in dominating fashion and up inside the top 5 earlier this week, looking to close on Hamlin and Reddick some more. Reddick with a little bit of problems after contact with Alex Bowman in an incident already in stage number 2. Dropping that 45 car off of the lead lap. Free pass going to Ty Gibbs in 16th place with the last quick caution after winning stage 1 and having a pit road speeding penalty. That's what put Gibbs a lap down. He's now back in the race. And we should be getting to the next restart here shortly. Josh Berry's pulled into the garage area as his team tries to repair some damage. I do believe that Berry is still in the race car, so if they get the damage fixed enough, they can get him back out there and get some more laps under his belt. But that is the first car to pull off the racetrack here tonight. Actually, it looks like Chad Fincham, 16 laps down, pulled off the track, or AJ Allmendinger, pulled off the track, the caution before that. So Berry will be the second car to retire from this evening's action. Everybody's still good on fuel at the end of the stage. Short green flag run. No pit stops up at the front of the pack. Ty Gibbs with the free pass, I'm sure, probably came into the pits to top off on fuel since he'll be at the tail end of the lead lap anyway. Crowd on their feet again, and we're set for another restart at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin, longtime foes on the front row, with Logano on the outside, Hamlin on the bottom, green flag back in the air. Down to the final third of stage 2. Logano barely pulling clear up out of turn 2 to the bottom of the racetrack on top of the 11 car of Denny Hamlin, who is still side-by-side for second with Shane Van Gisbergen, who's had some good fire-off speed on these restarts as of late. SVG with a bumper now out in front of the 11 car through turns 1 and 2. The longer the run goes, SVG fades a bit and he falls back to about 5th or 6th during the run, but slams the door shut on Hamlin even more aggressively than Logano did for the lead. And Hocevar trying to sneak around both of them to the outside after the checkup. He gets by Denny Hamlin and may come away with second on Van Gisbergen as he exits turn 2. Carson Hocevar putting on a show. He's up to second place. And Ryan Blaney sneaking into the top 5 as well as he goes for 4th on Hamlin. Hamlin has not been quick on the fire-off in the short run, but the long run has been able to drive up through the field. Got as high as second place in the running order on that 80-lap green flag run before the caution for Reddick and Bowman. And kind of the same could be said for Blaney, as he was up to 6th during that run, and now 4th place as he takes it away from Hamlin. This is as good as Blaney's been in the running order today, though he slips up the track in turn 4, and Hamlin takes back away 4th. Brad Keselowski up in the top 10 for the first time. Another Chase Bubble driver on the outside looking in, much like Logano entering the evening. And another Ford that has had good track history at North Wilkesboro in the All-Star race weekend in recent years. Having a good run tonight. Started deep in the pack. He battles with Bubba Wallace for position. And again, that battle's for 6th. Drivers making a little bit of contact down in turns 1 and 2 as Bubba washes up the track just a little bit. Seen a couple of cautions here consecutively after some drivers washing up the track into the car on the outside. Really, the only incidents we've seen today have been because of drivers, minus the Bowman incident. The other 2 have been because of drivers getting loose and then washing up the track into the car to the outside and kind of spinning them up into the wall. Zane Smith earlier on John Hunter Nemechek, and then a 3 wide. Same thing happened with Bell in the middle, getting loose, slamming into Josh Berry and Berry crashing. Chase Briscoe tightly door-to-door trying to get some track position back. He came to pit road during that last pit stop. And that was because he had actually hit pit road under green on that long green flag run. Or no, sorry, he did not. He's on the lead lap in 10th, but he did just pit. At lap 200, he is the first in the running order of those that did pit. The only cars on the lead lap that hit pit road during the last caution were Cody Ware, Ty Gibbs, Ty Dillon, and Chase Briscoe. About 14 lap pressure tires for Briscoe, though, when you exclude the caution laps. It's probably going to be less than 10 green flag laps, but we'll see what kind of movement he'll make. And he was one of the faster cars on that last long run as well, with the 11 and the 12. And the 22, of course, who leads. Carson Hocevar, kind of the same thing with Shane Van Gisbergen tonight, has fired off well in the restarts. The longer the run goes, the car starts to fade a bit. With both the 77 and 97 running second and third, we'll see how well they can hang on here to the end of stage 2. Cody Ware trying to keep the car clean in 16th place. Had actually gotten the free pass during the caution that came out in the middle of green flag pit stops. That's how he got back on the lead lap, and then a quick yellow beyond that, and he restarts up inside the top 15. That last time by, just took on fresh tires, definitely not pacing still as well as some of those lap cars behind him. Just trying to hang on the lead lap to the end of this next stage, which could happen. Only got to hang on for another 40 laps or so. Real time at the time around this racetrack, it's only about 12 to 15 minutes, so he could do it. He's got to keep the car clean. And so the battle for 17th as of right now would be the battle for the free pass position on track, and that is currently between Michael McDowell, Riley Herbst, William Byron, and Chase Elliott. A couple of Hendrick Motorsport cars in there. No Hendrick cars on the lead lap as they all got trapped a lap down with the caution that actually came out because the Hendrick car was trying to pit Alex Bowman. Coincidentally. 1.6 second lead for Logano over Hocevar. He's setting a good pace right now. Last lap, Joey about 0.3 of a second faster, and he was the only driver to run a sub 19 second lap time the last time by as well. Now 120 laps led for Joey Logano today. He has led more laps in tonight's race than he has all season combined through the first 20 races. Coming into the night, 116 laps led. So he is now just above that, more than doubling that total here tonight. The strongest by far Joey Logano has been in a Cup race this season. And he's starting to look like the 3-time Cup Series champion of yesteryear. Needs a good performance to try to get himself back inside the chase cut line and maybe get some momentum brewing. You never know. I mean, if he gets hot now, he could pick up a few extra spots and points, maybe get himself inside the top 10, top 12, and try to make a run into the final 10 races of the season when the chase begins. All the talk for Ford and for Penske's been with Ryan Blaney most of the year, and again after last week with a win in Atlanta. And Joey Logano say, what about me here this evening? Even in a format that rewards consistency, he is maybe going to get hot at the right time again. Top 10 in the running order last time by. Joey Logano now a 2.6 second lead over Carson Hocevar in second, 2.8 seconds to Shane Van Gisbergen in third, 3.3 seconds to Hamlin in fourth, and Blaney back to fifth again, 4.3 seconds out of the lead. Bubba Wallace 5.4 seconds off the lead in sixth. Chase Briscoe 6.4 back in seventh. Brad Keselowski 6.5 back at eighth. Todd Gilliland up to ninth, 6.9 seconds out of the lead. Another great night for Gilliland. And has a shot to beat Elliott in that in-season tournament challenge with Elliott a lap down because of the pit stops. Daniel Suarez, 7.9 seconds out of the lead. Quite good night for him as well in 10th. Some good cars got trapped a lap down with that caution in the middle of green flag pit stops like Byron, Elliott, Christopher Bell. Larson was already having his problems with contact on pit road, but he's a lap down. Now Reddick because of the spin. A lot of drivers up inside the top 10 in points, top 12 in points. 5 of them are a lap down here in the middle going of today's race, just past halfway, as we're 233 laps complete out of 240. Logano definitely the fastest car on the racetrack on the short side of the run. Average running position tonight for Logano, 2.87. Started up in the front 4 rows of today's race, progressed forward quickly, got to the lead early in stage 2, and he has dominated this second stage. All 129 of his laps led tonight have been in stage 2 alone. And once he got the lead, he has not lost it on any of the couple restarts we've had, nor on pit road. He had a big enough lead when the caution came out after that long green flag run that he had decent amount of lap cars between himself and Hamlin, who was in second when the caution came out, made for an easy race out of the pits, didn't have to worry about potentially speeding there. Took a little extra time on the pit stop, made sure they topped off on fuel, and they still won the race off pit road. That definitely helps, and having a 4-second gap right now over Hamlin and Hocevar as they battle for second is going to be much more of the same. Hamlin getting by Van Gisbergen a lap and a half ago for third. Quickly setting after Carson Hocevar. Maybe Hamlin firing off a little bit quicker in this run than some of the longer green flag runs we've had already in tonight's race. And he just doesn't want that 22 car to get quite as far out ahead, because then the gap is just too much to try to overcome with not enough laps to make up that time. And Hamlin going to get through into second, beating Hocevar to the outside of the racetrack. Those two have passed each other on track several times today. Hocevar's gotten ahead of Hamlin on a couple of restarts, only for Hamlin longer into the run to get back by Hocevar. Shane Van Gisbergen also closing in on the 77. And Ryan Blaney not that far behind, within a second of the third and fourth place cars. In-season tournament challenge battle between Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney. Bell trapped a lap down with a caution in the middle of green flag pit stops. Now sits at 24th, while Blaney up in the 5th place position. And again, kind of the same thing between Elliott and Todd Gilliland in that other battle. Elliott a lap down because of the green flag pit stop, hitting under green, caution coming out shortly thereafter. Gilliland was still on track and now is on the lead lap and having a good night. Solidly was in the top 12 already and now up to 9th place. It's going to take a good finish for Elliott to more than likely beat Gilliland and advance to the finals for that $1 million bonus. We're down to 23 laps to go in stage 2 at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Remember, fantasy lineups are going to lock at the end of stage number 2. And we will also have the chat poll closed at the end of stage 2 as well for who you think is going to win tonight's race. 193 votes have been casted so far, and somebody other than Bell, Hamlin, or Blaney leads the poll at 50% of those votes. Blaney at 26%, Hamlin 15% of the votes, and Bell at 9% now after falling a lap down. Joey Logano falls under other, leads the chat poll. What's the caution car? That's a good question. I'm not I need to start paying more attention to that. Been getting asked that recently. Anthony, thanks for tuning in as well. He's rooting for SVG. What a great night he's had so far. Been up in the top 5 pretty much this whole race. Chase Briscoe up to 5th after pitting during that last stop. I just think he's got a fast race car. Slightly fresher tire is going to help with that. And Ryan Blaney going in the wrong direction. I don't know if they made a wrong adjustment under that last stop, but he has been passed by Briscoe and Wallace in recent laps, now falling to 7th. He looked very good all night. Maybe not quite as fast as the 22 car, though he hasn't had that track position with the lead yet, but his lap times were not that far off the 22 on the long green flag run in the front half of stage 2, but on this run, not quite as good as some of those cars at the very front of the leaderboard. Now, Denny Hamlin has actually cut into that lead on Logano. When he first passed Hocevar, he was 4 seconds off the lead. Now the deficit is about 3.2 seconds between the 22 and the 11. Problem for Hamlin, he's only got less than 20 laps to go on a track that takes less than 20 seconds to make a lap, so he doesn't have a lot of time to try to close that gap, although he is closing now, and some of that could be Joey Logano kind of managing his lead to the 11, knowing he doesn't have that many more laps or time to have to hang on for. 144 laps led for Logano. One Penske car dominating 1 week and the other the next week. Alpine fan, thanks for tuning in. Also happy about the SVG top 10. We shall see. Maybe under a certain circumstance, he's fired off all in the short runs. If he can restart row 1, row 2 late in the race, maybe he does get his first oval win. Take another break here late in the stage. You're listening live on KRC. Our full flag-to-flag coverage of tonight's action continues. Wow, that's a stat line right there. I mentioned about the 116 laps led for Logano this season. The last 16 races this season, he has led 8 laps. So most of those laps led were early in the year at both Atlanta and Daytona on those drafting ovals. That is unbelievable. 8 laps led in the last 16 races for Logano. Tonight he has led over 140. And if he leads to the end of the stage, it's going to be up over 160 before we start stage 3. What a night for Logano. For any Joey Logano fans out there, this has to be a huge sigh of relief, especially as you've seen him slip up, fall below the chase cut line, and you're wondering, does he still have it in him? Or is he running out of time to try to get those good runs going to get him back inside the top 16 at points? And here he is tonight. A win is going to go a long way to doing that. Is easily going to propel him into the top 16 if he wins this evening. Can win a stage as well to go along with it and have a solid night. I also, he's in my garage right now on the fantasy team, so I got to make sure I get the 22 car in my fantasy lineup. Since that locks at the end of stage 2, I was just mentioning for you guys to make sure you get your lineup set, and I almost didn't do it myself. Oh, man, I got to figure out who I'm going to take out of here. Because Bell, Elliott are a lap down because of the bad pit stops. Elliott has outpaced the 20 for most of the night, so I'll keep Chase in there, and I'll obviously put Joey Logano in for Christopher Bell. And the head-to-head matchup so far, Elliott and Blaney. Elliott is down for right now. Blaney ahead of Bell. Hamlin ahead of Larson, and Gibbs not quite ahead of Wallace, but closing that gap there. Mentioned about Hamlin closing the gap on Joey Logano. Last several laps, another half a second of Logano's lead has been added on. Now to about 3.7 seconds. Chase Briscoe made his way up to third, getting by Hocevar and SVG in recent laps. I don't think he's going to catch Hamlin for second before the end of the stage without a caution. But he's moving on up there. Briscoe, fastest car on the racetrack that last time by. Yeah, I mean, on the longer green flag runs, the top three in the running order have been of the three best cars tonight. So no surprise that they've all kind of migrated to the front of the field as we're getting to the late stage of this race. Now they just have to execute from here by not speeding on pit road, no silly penalties, and no accidents on restarts, and they should be able to all compete for the win. Joey Logano looking to put Tyler Reddick a second lap down after Reddick had gotten in that spin. Losing one lap with contact with Alex Bowman, so now 2 laps down for Reddick. Chase Elliott, William Byron have actually lost some time under this green flag run. They were in 18th and 19th, a couple cars out of the free pass position. Now they're 21st and 23rd. And Byron, all of a sudden, the last car 1 lap down, and he's not that far off from going a second lap down, much like Reddick moments ago. Not a good night for the 24 car, who came in 12th in points, with a lot of those chase drivers that are outside of that bubble. Logano, Keselowski inside the top 10, SVG 15th in points in the top 5 all night. Could be a little bit of a cause of concern. You thought after a solid top 5 run at Pocono and then a bunch of laps led at Chicagoland for Byron. Byron was back to original form. That 24 car at Chicagoland leading the most laps, winning the first 2 stages, by far the best we've seen him this season. And that he was starting to turn the corner, but here tonight, he's been outside the top 10 all day again. That pit strategy's put him a lap down, and now he's having a hard time trying to come back from it. 1 lap to go, this time by in stage 2 for Logano with more than a 4.5 second lead over Denny Hamlin. Bubba Wallace just passed Carson Hocevar and SVG to get to 4th. And SVG also getting back by Carson Hocevar for position. Brad Keselowski battling with Blaney on the final lap of the stage for 8th. And Will Logano put the 24 car a second lap down as he works his way through 3 and 4 for the final time in stage 2. Not quite going to get him as Byron and Larson both barely hold on to keep him from going 2 laps down. Chase Elliott not that far out in front of that as well. And so Joey Logano with 161 laps led, dominating stage 2. He led 161 of 185 laps in that second stage. And he is going to be the one to beat as we get into the final stage of tonight's race. Denny Hamlin second in stage 2, Chase Briscoe third, Bubba Wallace fourth, and Shane Van Gisbergen rounding out the top 5 and 5th. Carson Hocevar in 6th, Brad Keselowski 7th, Ryan Blaney 8th, Todd Gilliland 9th, and Daniel Suarez will finish 10th. Getting that final stage point in stage 2. Terminator Products, thanks for tuning in. Got a lot of SVG fans in the chat. This is got to be fun for you guys. Yes, you see him dominate the road courses, and here he is on an oval, having just a stellar night. Pit stops are going to be underway here shortly under the next caution, which is for the stage 2 break, our 5th yellow of the night. You're listening live on KRC. Yeah, I got a few Wendy's near me. I haven't had Wendy's in a long time. Been a very, very long time. Actually, no. It wasn't last year when I went to Bristol. I think it was the year before that was the last time I had Wendy's. And that's because it was just late coming back from the track and there was like nothing open for food and I was hungry. And stopped at a Wendy's. Got myself a spicy chicken. So Bristol of 2024. The Bristol Night Race 2024. That Saturday night, that was the last time I can recall having Wendy's. Not bad, not bad. Because there was like hardly anything open, by the way, that drive-through line was packed. No, I haven't had the spicy nugget. I haven't had. I'm not a big chicken nugget guy. Like if I do get fast food, I'm usually getting a burger or a chicken sandwich of some kind if it's like a chicken place. But I usually don't go for the nuggets. I'm sure I've had nuggets from Wendy's before. I definitely haven't had the spicy ones, but I've probably had them before, but I don't think I've actually ordered them myself. But hey, if Shane Van Gisbergen wins tonight, maybe I go to Wendy's tomorrow. You would think they would have some kind of a deal that if he wins in the Wendy's car, like they have to have like a free fry or something. Then again, he's won our road courses this year. And I don't think they have for deals. So.
It's complete. The Joey Logano show here in North Wilkesboro. Dominating performance in stage 2. Gets the victory there. And he's got that coveted track position. Only 15 cars on the lead lap. Ty Dillon gets the free pass here. And look at the advantage coming to the pit lane. All those cars in between Logano and Hamlin. Let's go to Danielle.
Just the guy behind Logano and Hamlin out of his Chase Briscoe. He finished third in that second stage. Crew Chief James Small said, really good job, man. Love the lap times. I think you had a small tire advantage there. Remember to be 3 and 4 in this next run, Shannon. Rear grip good for the 22. Needs a little more turn in. Meanwhile, the 11 is trying to hunt that car down. Edgy until the track rubbers up and then tight, Marty.
15 stage points bank for Shane Van Gisbergen. Handling wise, he said, I just burned the right rear off way too early. Twice inside the car. SVG asked for 2 bottles of water and a little bit of sugar as well. Said he's cramping inside the car, Adam.
Logano easily holds serve coming off the pit lane. Hamlin, Briscoe, Wallace, Hocevar behind him. Final stage coming up.
Your insurance with Liberty and Safe.
Bundle your insurance with Liberty Mutual and Safe. I know they are, but let's so again.
Getting my hair. Double and shade.
It's not it.
Bumble and save.
Bundle with an N.
Bumble and save.
Hold on, cracker.
Huddle and Wayne.
You know, it's close enough.
Only pay for what you
Us.
All right, on stage 3 here tonight at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Refresh the page and check out the running order as we begin the final stage of tonight's race. Joey Logano winning the race off of pit road again. It's a bit of an easy job for him and his crew in the pits as they continue to give themselves quite the advantage over second place under 2 green flag runs now, leading into the last 2 pit stops in which he has had quite a few lap cars, meaning that he's got several car lengths of a gap when entering pit road over Denny Hamlin. Nuggets only from Chick-fil-A. That might have been the last time I've had chicken nuggets was from Chick-fil-A. And that was in the winter sometime. Big YouTube golf channel I watch, Bob Does Sports, is doing a eating challenge at Chick-fil-A and decided to get Chick-fil-A that night because I was in the mood after watching their video. So I got some nuggets as they were hounding down nuggets while on the golf course. So I smashed like 20 of them myself that night. That was probably the last time I've had nuggets. Outside of like getting like store-bought stuff, but like I said, with like fast food, I usually don't go nuggets. It was a rare occasion that day. I was in the mood. You could thank Bob Does Sports that wintry night. Any Bob Does Sports fans out there in the chat? Anybody know who I'm talking about? Shout out to them boys. Check 57, thanks for tuning in. No Chick-fil-A nuggets tonight, though. They're closed.
Tonight's 2022 season finale at Phoenix. Okay, he won the race and the championship. This has been a fantastic race. Major points implications, though, on that lap 184 collision between Alex Bowman and Tyler Reddick. What did you see here, Reddick?
All fight for the same real estate. They're all corners. The car was marching up on the track, and round they go.
Yeah, big points implications. You said though with Reddick, it looked like he had the season championship or the regular season championship won not that long ago, and you look at the points now. Blaney within 21 points have been able to catch him for the second place in the regular season standing. So tough night for the 45 team.
And as they run, Tyler Reddick lost 38 points to Denny Hamlin in that exchange. It's going to be fascinating to see how this one wraps up, Adam. Back to you guys.
It's going to be really good. Entertaining final stage coming. Let's do a little Where's Mamba?
Oh, I think our man is working. Oh, he is.
Look at this.
He is working. Yeah, there you go. 77, Mama. That's right. He's fit. Good job. Good job. Hey, but on this restart, I wanted to change every corner.
That's
Let's
right.
get on our game down there.
Live timing and scoring. Courtesy of Mamba Smith.
All right, here we go. Final stage underway. Green flag back in the air. And for the third consecutive restart, it's Hamlin and Logano on the front row. We'll see how hard Denny will push on the restart to try to not let the 22 car get away from him this time. They're side by side after turns 1 and 2. Logano shuts the door into 3 and 4. Hamlin just gets his nose back underneath by the exit. And they are going to be single file down into turns 1 and 2. Now Hamlin trying to slip to the outside of Logano. Interesting move, but Joey rounds the bottom perfectly and holds on again in front of Denny Hamlin. Good pit stop for Bubba Wallace and another good restart for the 23. Will move him to third as he clears Chase Briscoe off turn 4 after the second lap of the stage 3 restart. And Shane Van Gisbergen with a slide job to the bottom, getting by Hocevar and up the inside of Briscoe. Got backed up behind Wallace, who missed the corner on the bottom of the track in 1 and 2. And SVG may come away with fourth here. It's just crazy that Shane Van Gisbergen has been the best Chevrolet all night long. Hendrick Motorsports nowhere to be found. All a lap down. After a bad strategy in stage 2 for most of them. Chase Elliott was up inside the top 5 at one point earlier in the race, but being back in traffic definitely doesn't seem to have the same car. And the Toyotas that were up at the front early in the race starting to migrate back up there now, but they're still tailing the 22 of Logano, who has been the guy to beat. Top 10 in the running order. Post lap 283, Joey Logano leads by 0.4 of a second over Denny Hamlin. Bubba Wallace in third with Chase Briscoe fourth, but Shane Van Gisbergen rounding out the top 5 in fifth. And a lot of racing, though, still left in this one. Everybody's going to have to pit one more time before the finish of this race. But that fuel window will open here in about another 10 to 15 laps. So if we catch an early caution, probably going to see a lot of drivers come onto pit road knowing they can make it on field to the end and at least top off. And I doubt you're going to see as many drivers pit halfway through the stage after that caution in stage 2 bit them in the rear ends. Don't think that that's going to end up happening again. I would imagine these crew chiefs are smart enough to learn from their mistakes.
I don't know what to switch. Oh, this is Cubano. I don't know. Cubano.
Thank you. All right. Ryan Blaney getting a spot back on Brad Keselowski on the outside lane. That last time by, Brad got by him late in the stage, won the race off pit road at least versus the 12 car. Blaney gets him back a few laps into the restart, now to 7th. Ty Gibbs back inside the top 10 after winning stage 1, had the speeding penalty on pit road. Slow, methodical climb. I mentioned about some of the Toyotas working themselves back to the front. I did not mention Gibbs, but he is on his way forward. Still got a reasonable shot at a top 5 at the speed in that race car, but not having the track position is going to be really tough because a lot of the faster cars all night long are pretty much at the front of the pack, minus probably the 12 and the 54 as far as those being in the top 3, top 5. These two have a little bit more ground to try to make up. Ryan Blaney trying to get by Carson Hocevar, who's all the way at the top of the racetrack through 3 and 4. Going to do the same thing in turns 1 and 2. Blaney not too aggressive at the corner exit there. Carson Hocevar is really getting up off the corners well with how wide he is running. About as wide as anybody has been on the racetrack all night. But Blaney, I thought he could have cleared him that time off turn 4, but still chose not to. Ryan Blaney trying to be patient, but I think he's being a little too patient. Especially during a guy who has been probably the most, not probably, he has been the most aggressive driver in the sport this season. Now clear up out of turn 4. Had a chance to clear the lap before, didn't take it. That time he wasn't going to let that opportunity slip away again. Hocevar tried the crossover in the other end through 3 and 4, but he did not get to the bottom of the track as well as he was running the top for several laps, and Blaney will hold on. And now has his eyes set after SVG, and Ty Gibbs trying to get to the inside of Brad Keselowski now for 8th. Is underneath him through turns 1 and 2. Brad maybe a little bit more of a defensive line than what, say, Hocevar was running on Blaney in that battle just up ahead of him. Brad running the middle groove. Kind of pinching the lower line off for Gibbs. Gibbs couldn't get back to the gas as soon down on the bottom because of it, and changes his line now, trying to run a little bit wider than Brad on both ends of the speedway. 3 wide in the back half of the lead lap between Cindric, Austin Dillon, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Seen quite a bit of contact in 3 wide battles already today, and actually Dillon and Cindric are battling just behind Larson for the free pass, while Stenhouse at the tail end of the lead lap. The 5 car of Kyle Larson is currently in the free pass position, but then the 2 and the 3 would be the next cars a lap down behind him. Larson pulling away from that battle with that in a side-by-side ongoing thing, and Larson looking much better at the start of stage 3 than what he was for most of the race tonight after contact on pit road during the first stops all the way back at lap 40 with Alex Bowman setting him behind, knocking the steering offset, and almost went 2 laps down at the end of the last stage, so he's actually made up quite a bit of ground on this restart. Yeah, 4 positions gained on the restart to get up to 16th. Now just has to hope for a quick enough caution that the likes of like Ty Dillon, Stenhouse, Eric Jones don't go a lap down at the tail end of the lead lap before that happens. And then he could be at least back into this thing with a shot to get back up in the top 10 before the end. I don't think he's going to have a car capable of winning the race, but could get a salvageable good finish. 300 laps complete out of 450 here tonight at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Joey Logano leads the race with Denny Hamlin in second, Bubba Wallace third, Chase Briscoe fourth, Shane Van Gisbergen rounding out the top 5 in fifth, Ryan Blaney in sixth, seventh is Carson Hocevar with Brad Keselowski 8th, Ty Gibbs 9th, and Daniel Suarez rounding out the top 10. Listening live on KRC, we'll take another break here as we are early in stage 3. That's fast food in and out. Distant second, Chick-fil-A. I've had In and Out once. I've only been on the West Coast a couple of times to have the opportunity to have it. But yeah, I've only had it once. That was when I was in Fontana back in 2022. Yeah, 2022. Good burgers. I didn't really care for the fries though. Not having the I feel like you have to have like the combination of the two to kind of put that number one spot of fast food joints for me. So I can't rank that number one because I didn't really enjoy the fries much. The burger I thought was really solid. It's up there on the fast food burger side of things. I think there's some other places that have some better fries. All right, Ty Gibbs going to make a pass on Carson Hocevar now. Gibbs was closing in on Brad Keselowski, and then Brad caught Hocevar before Gibbs was able to get a chance to get around him. So those two are now to 7th and 8th. Hocevar falls to 9th, which is about as far backwards in the running order as that 77 car has been this evening. Brad's got another lap car, 66, right in front of him as Gibbs tries to gain ground. Brad could be getting better as the run is getting longer and longer as well because he's put a little bit of separation between himself and Ty Gibbs in recent laps. Joey Logano not letting, or I should say Denny Hamlin not letting Joey Logano move forward in that running order. Remember, Logano's had leads of 3.5 plus seconds multiple times in stage 2. That's because Hamlin would fall back at a restart to like 3rd or 4th, have to gain ground back, and by the time he gets up to 2nd, he's already that far off the lead and can't make up the time. He is still only 1 second behind Logano and held on to 2nd place. Definitely the best restart of the night Hamlin has had. 11 car is not led yet today, but he is doing what he can to try to keep pace with Joey and maybe get that 65th career NASCAR Cup Series win. 200 laps light on the day for Logano. That last time by at the line as his dominance continues. He might triple the amount of laps led he's had this season in this race alone here this evening. Can anybody beat that 22 car? Commercial break on TNT here in stage number 3. And everybody will have to pit one more time before the finish with 140 to go. The fuel window is open on this just over a half-mile short track to make it to the end from here. A lot of these teams probably going to try to hold out as long as they can before that, which means if we did go caution-free in this final stage, they would likely be able to make it on fuel down to about the final 20 to 30 laps of the race. I don't know if you want to wait quite that long. We haven't seen drivers on one set of tires go longer than 100 laps, so we don't know if they're going to clip at a certain point. You definitely don't want to stay out of the pits that long to the point where that happens. You just lose too much time on track. So those that would have already pitted, but I don't think you want to pit halfway through it like before. Tyler Reddick back on pit road again. He was already 2 laps down at the end of the 2nd stage, and he's going to be the first for a green flag stop at this point. I'm not sure if that's scheduled or not, but he's going to lose another lap at least. In-season tournament challenge battle. Chase Briscoe, sorry, not Chase Briscoe, Chris Buescher in the 17, also on pit road. Buescher was already a couple laps down as well. It's probably just because the fuel window's open to the end of the race from here for both of those two. Thinking that if it stays green to the end, they can make up some time on those drivers that they're at least racing around in the positioning order. Both of them being 2 laps down when they pitted, racing each other in the process. Denny Hamlin a little bit quicker a couple laps ago on Logano has trimmed the lead back down under a second again.
Winning stage 2, first stage victory of the campaign. He's led 209 of 315 tonight. And SVG, since we're talking Wendy's, is inside the top 5. He's been awesome as well.
I will say, though, as dominant as Joey Logano has been, this run looks a little different. Denny Hamlin has kept him right around 1 second. This is the closest we've seen the second place car to Logano in quite some time.
And the next car that Joey is gonna lap is the car that is the last car on the lead lap. Ty Dillon, and he's not gonna go by easy. So there's a lot of traffic right here in front of this 22. It's an opportunity for Denny. Denny sees that. He's going to start to push a little hard if he has anything in that car. 22 radio right here. The brake pedal sticking, so some weird brake pedal stuff going on there to keep on top of that. But the 10 of Ty Dillon has ran hard all night to try to stay on the lead lap, make something out of his night. He's just not going to lay over for the leaders here unless something like this happens where the 88's creating a little bit of dirty air. But look at the 10. He's going to get this big run. He's going to fight on the outside.
I want to be the bad news guy.
He's going to gas it up right here, try to run back to the outside. Not going to be able to do it.
But you're going to be?
Logano gets by, but you know, you think about all the laps he's led tonight. And then I go to the other short track races that we've had this year, Bristol and Martinsville. Denny Hamlin dominated, didn't win, leading almost 300 laps. Kyle Larson dominates, Bristol doesn't win. Blaney led almost 200 at Bristol, unable to get to victory lane. So leading a bunch of laps has not been the path to victory lane so far this year when you talk about the short tracks.
Yeah, if you're a Joey Logano fan, that's Adam, Alexander, ADAM.
Well, actually,
Find him on social media.
it works both ways, because if I say he's unbelievable and then he has a problem, that's my fault too.
Yeah, you're 9 weeks, but you're getting right on line. You and I are.
Joey fans, I'm falling on the sword, you know? Let's get an update on his teammate, Austin Cindric, 17th, 1 lap down, Shannon.
That's right. We got to get a little love to that paint scheme, that famous midnight look that Rusty Wallace made so famous. I want to tell you guys about Dave Maneri right there. He has been with Team Penske since 1975. Went over the wall for Rusty Wallace back in the 90s when he drove that paint scheme. He actually grew up with Rusty in St. Louis and was part of the very last race here at North Wilkesboro. He told me that when Rusty came to take a look at that awesome paint scheme, he gave Austin some pointers on how to get around this racetrack. Not a bad mentor right there.
That's a cool story. And an awesome paint scheme. This Team Penske continues that tribute to their 60th season.
Getting to that .50 lap, green flag run, 125 laps to go. Remember what happened in the stage before? We saw drivers come to pit road early. They got caught by yellows. They went a couple laps down. We expect most of these teams, we think, are going to make a pit stop. There was conversation about running the entire second stage long. They just didn't get the chance to do it. So probably 25 laps away from that decision, 30 laps away from that decision.
I go back to Ty Dillon losing a lap. Saw Logano go by him after the 10 fought him for a couple of laps, but you know, the negative impact that has on Kyle Larson, who obviously falls out of a free pass position and going to need a lot of help as we go down the stretch to try to get back in the game.
Well, think of the update of some of those drivers. We heard Danielle mention earlier about Zane Smith overheating. Car's performance, you've seen it. We've seen other drivers talking about it. Marty reported that SVG was cramping up and asking for extra water. That was 30, 40 minutes ago. We've been under green now for 53 laps, have over 120 to go. This is going to be a battle of attrition, maybe not mechanically, but physically behind the wheel. Who's going to be at their best?
Getting close to the fourth quarter. That's when you got to step it up.
Great little battle right here with Blaney. The 97 of SVG. Bubba Wallace just ahead in the red car. As they go through lap traffic.
Well, 3 of these guys right at the front last
Blaney
week.
to the outside. Sorry. Oh, boy, look at that thing dancing on him. Blaney's been sideways off of turn 4 a minute more than he's been straight.
I love the story that Marty shared down there interviewing Blaney yesterday during practice. He wins the race.
gets a Harley out of the deal, goes out to run some laps in Atlanta. And security, like local police officers, come out and say, "What are you doing?" They didn't realize that it was Blaney who's out there giving the trophy a ride.
Big run right here. Man, he is pushing it hard around the top of that racetrack, right up against the cushion. Not really turning down. This is kind of that wider Kevin Harvick, New Hampshire type exit, how they just run that wall on exit. It's like he decides to do that when it's absolutely necessary. Yeah. He's got a position on a car. He'll just fire it to the top of the racetrack, and he can do that for 2 or 3 laps before he really ticks off the tire. Then he comes back down. He makes the pass, and then he gets back to a different line and starts to take a little bit of temperature out of the tire and the brakes.
Good reminder, every position a point. Blaney now only 11 back for second in the standings behind Reddick. Hocevar sliding back to 12th, Marty. It's radio, Adam, has must listen tonight, including gems like we're great on the short run, we're absolute garbage on the long run. And then this one happened just a moment ago.
So not driving. No, dude.
Road or I'm having a fun.
And you can see just how much he's struggling with their handling of the race car. He has fallen outside. No, it's now he's 13th for Carson Hocevar. He took Ruth Lambert a moment ago. I don't know how we got this bad, so we are just junk right now.
That's so frustrating, too, when you're just Lambert on top of the pit box. You believe your driver, but you just can't pit. You're trying to explain to him what he could do. Maybe you're looking at the S&P, trying to coach him along. We know Hocevar, he's fun, he's easy going, but he's young, right? He's trying to figure out how do you get the best out of this younger driver. Well, he's got 12 more car lengths, and he's going to be a lap down to Joe Pagano in the 22 on the same straightaway as that 77 car.
Blaney 4th.
Blaney flying around the top, taking another spot.
Penske and Joe Gibbs Racing up there in those top 4 spots.
There's just nowhere to hide here at this short track. We talk all about how it races, and you get these longer runs right here. And there, you know, if you're struggling like the 77 is right here, there's not much you can do. You just can't settle it. And Logano is going to be happy. This is the driver he's seen in the top 5 most of the day, but now he is right there out front of the windshield for the 22. He would love to just get the 77 a lap down.
I would say this, though, well, what's old is new again, and we're reminded of that when we come here. This is the 94th Cup race at this place. You know, the most cars to ever finish on the lead lap here, 13 back in 1992.
The most.
That's the most in 93 races. So what we're doing here tonight is on par with what we've always seen.
But I think that's why when the superstars won here, like your dad, Dale, or Darrell Waltrip, they got out with such admiration because this was a tough battle. They knew it.
12 on the lead lap now, with Hocevar watching Logano go by.
Chase Elliott seemed to have so much speed early. I know he got caught by that caution, but he just has not found a way between him and Alan Gustafson to kind of find this, to dig out of this hole. And here he is now nearly going down another lap.
That's got to be hard, Dale, as a driver. You know, you can kind of, I'm sure, get lost in it all when you're out there racing. But when you fall a lap down, and in some situations 2 laps down, you got to grind it out. I mean, mentally, that's just got to be very difficult to manage for these guys.
Yeah, it's hard to stay up on top of the wheel and give yourself a chance. But that's all you can do. I mean, he's a champion. He'll keep on punching. Battle right here. The 38 trying to get around these cars. I think in the pit road possibly got better tires, so he's going to drive around. But Rakoslawski's been able to hold on to this position over Gibbs, even though I think Gibbs just a little bit better.
Surprised Gibbs hasn't got by that 7th and 8th on track. Zane 3 laps down in 27th on those pressure tires that Dale talked about. Closing on 100 laps to go.
One driver that I think is finding a little bit more pace in and out of cleaner air is the 3rd place runner of Chase Briscoe. Logano's still 1.7 seconds over Hamlin. Briscoe, though, between maybe the track coming to him a little bit as you see him get to the back of Carson Hocevar, but also once Carson lap down, like Hotavar is here. He's not going to fight the 19 as much. What is he going to do at this point? So we're going to let the 19 go by on the outside, and Chase is doing a nice job of using this to close in on the back of the 11.
Saw this the run before where the 19 had a little bit more speed than everybody else toward the end of the run.
Been a good few weeks for that race team. I know last week didn't go the way that Chase Briscoe would have hoped. But second at Sonoma, gets the win at Chicago, his first of the campaign. Next weekend, going home, racing at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's from Mitchell, Indiana, talking Chase Briscoe. Joey Logano leading as we hit 100 remaining here in Wilkes County.
100 laps to go at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Joey Logano leads the way by 1.3 seconds over Denny Hamlin in second. Chase Briscoe sits in third with Ryan Blaney fourth and Bubba Wallace in fifth. Shane Van Gisbergen in sixth place with Brad Keselowski seventh. Ty Gibbs eighth. Todd Gilliland in ninth. And Daniel Suarez rounding out the top 10. 11th is Ryan Preece with Eric Jones in 12th is the last car in the lead lap. Carson Hocevar 1 lap down in 13th, currently in the free pass position. Ty Dillon in 14th with Kyle Larson 15th. 16th is Austin Cindric, William Byron 17th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 18th, 19th Austin Dillon and Chase Elliott 20th. Riley Herbst 21st, Michael McDowell 22nd, Cody Ware 23rd, Alex Bowman 24th, and Christopher Bell in 25th. 26th is Chris Buescher, Zane Smith 27th, Noah Gregson 28th, Ross Chastain 29th, and 30th is Cole Custer. Austin Hill in 31st, Tyler Reddick now 32nd, John Henry Nemechek 33rd, Connor Zillage 34th, and Chad Fincham 35th. Josh Berry 36th, and AJ Allmendinger rounds out the 37 car field. 3 cars off the racetrack out of the 37 that started, and again, only 13 on the lead lap. 12, on the lead lap. I mentioned moments ago in the broadcast that only 13 cars on the lead lap back in 1992 is the track record for the most cars finished on the lead lap here. So Joey Logano dominating the field. We've seen a lot of legends and past champions of the sport dominating here. Maybe no surprise. You got names like Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin up at the front of the field here in this one. And looking to put themselves in the best spot possible to win the race. They still have to pit one more time before the end. It will be under green if we don't catch another caution. You're listening live on KRC. Our full flag-to-flag coverage continues of tonight's race. Finishing my dinner up here, so I'll let you listen to the broadcast and then come back from commercial again.
NASCAR on TNT, back live at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Our coverage on this Sunday night, presented by Liberty Mutual. And it's time now for our Cowsheet market odds. Cowsheet traders are currently forecasting Joey Logano is the guy to win this race, but only at 54%. What do you guys make of those numbers there?
I'm pretty surprised by that. I mean, nobody's really been able to match Joey. Denny has been able to keep it close, but as we've gotten into some really bad traffic here for the 22, it's not allowed Denny. Denny's just not taking advantage of it. He's not able to. I don't think his car can do everything that the 22's car can do. So it's going to be tough, I believe, for something's going to have to happen. An untimely yellow, a better, some position lost on the pit road for the 22. Something's going to happen that he loses control of the race. I don't believe it happens on the racetrack.
Well, I will tell you that we're probably 7 or 8 laps away from the green flag cycle opening, and that could be the something you're looking for. And the question is, what team will perform the best when needed, right? We look at the rankings for the 22 of Joey Logano. His pit crew is a top 3 pit crew. I know he's probably been overshadowed because he hasn't had the speed. Well, here you have it. The 11 of Denny Hamlin, second place, jumps to pit road first, trying to use those fresh tires. We'll see if the 22 counters. The 11 slowly making his way around in front of Shannon Spake. Left side of the screen, the 22 of Joe Logano also committing to pit road. Shannon, the 11 in front of you.
That's right. As soon as they told him that Denny Hamlin was coming down, the call was for the 22 to come down as well. Denny Hamlin has been losing grip over this run, so they'll work on that. As far as Joey Logano, you guys heard him saying that he was getting tight. They're going to work on that 22 car because he has been the fastest on the long run and over the race throughout the entire evening.
Right there, a lap of car on the right hand, Denny Hamlin leading under speed. The left hand, 22 of Joey Logano slowly has to continue his way down pit road. Denny Hamlin now into 3 and 4. Joey Logano still about a third of pit road to go. We will see who is most successful. Hamlin will hammer down into turn 1. He will see Joey Logano on the left side of the screen. It's going to be a pretty close blend, but I think Joey Logano might keep it, or will it be momentum for Hamlin?
Lap car is there for Chastain. Logano gets back on the gas, pulls up in front of the 11.
Now Hamlin, though, has a half a lap going. He'll try to run the 22 down as pit stops continue. Marty Blaney on pit road.
Much better pace for Ryan Blaney on this run. In fact, the first time tonight, Ryan Blaney. Here we'll see where he cycles out running in the top 5 pretty much that entire run.
Yeah, he was 5th, so we'll see if he can jump either Briscoe or Wallace, who were 3rd and 4th prior. Oh, and we got a penalty on Ryan Blaney speeding on the pit lane. And look at this, Hamlin going after Logano. And once it cycles, this could very well be the battle to the win.
2 things. A, once it cycles is a very important note because Briscoe can go a long ways on fuel. Maybe Briscoe says, this is the gamble. I'm going to run very long. Maybe Wallace, SVG, Brad K will do something. Briscoe, no. He comes to pit road. He's not willing to gamble as the battle continues to 19 on pit road, Danielle.
Yeah, earlier in this run, James Small told Chase, I think there's some cars that are going to make it to the end, but we are going to pit this time. Let's see how many tires. It's going to be 4 tires in fuel. Chase Briscoe came into the pits with the lead, Hardy.
Danielle, arguably the oval race of the year for Shane Van Gisbergen. Stage points in stage 1 and stage 2. At the end of that run, he said, I feel like I'm freightering. I'm way too free on entry. And Stephen Springsteen said, hey, everybody else is cratering. Their lap time's falling off at the end of the run as well. But SVT so strong tonight trying to finish off what's been a top 10 effort all night long.
Thinking right there, leading pit road, serving as penalty. That is a huge penalty for the 12. Shannon, the 34 on pit road.
And remember, Todd Gilliland, part of the instant challenge. Guys, he is very happy with his car right now. Said this is the best I've been, just building a little tight for that 34.
Now it's nerve-wracking while everyone waits to see the 23 of Wallace, Keselowski, Gibbs, Suarez, Jones. How long will they stay on the racetrack? The 12 coming to pit road, and he picked it in there pretty good. Yeah, I was going to ask where he was speeding, but I have a pretty good idea.
Hey, let me tell you this, though. Think about the impact. We've been selling the ground that they've made up tonight with the problems that Reddick has had. You know, now you do that, and you put yourself, further back. It's almost 30 points behind second now. The other thought, in-season challenge matchup, head-to-head with Bell. Now, Bell, 3 laps down, and Blaney hasn't fallen that far. Still advantage driver 12, but something to think about as we go down the stretch here.
Watch Bubba Wallace on them old tires, trying to make lap time here. This is the battle here between the 11 and the 22 still. And the cycle completes. They're trying to get to Wallace to get back to the lead lap, right? Because right now they're 1 down. If they can get by Wallace, then they're fine if the yellow comes out. So there's a little bit of urgency in both. Oh, Wallace,
Look at this.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, they split to get around Wallace, but that was dangerous. So Logano and Hamlin both back on the lead lap.
What a game of leapfrog. The 11 and the 22 are playing through traffic. It's been a lot of fun to watch. These fans have got to be excited. Look at this move. 23 just off the pace of those old tires. I don't know if he was trying to come to pit road.
Now he had a little bobble right there. You see him kind of, and now he comes to pit road, but he has a little bit of a bobble right here.
Scheduled green flag pit stop. Bubba Wallace from the lead at lap 373, Shannon.
Adam, after that disappointing weekend last Sunday in Atlanta, it was all about resetting the metric for Bubba Wallace. He is just racing the racetrack right now. That is what he told his guys. Everything else was good.
Top 4 yet to make a pit stop in the cycle and make it the top 3 because Ty Gibbs gives up his spot. He will come down. Gibbs making a stop at lap 375.
Now it's about the numbers game for Gibbs as now Logano and Denny Hamlin have gotten back on the lead lap. It's not really a huge advantage to maybe win the race. It's just with only 5 or 6 cars on pit road, if Brad Keselowski or Suarez get a yellow, it would be a huge advantage. Ty Gibbs in front of you, Marty.
Boy, just as that bikes are falling coming down pit road. It said once again, I turned off the right rear too early, too free for him on entry, too tight in the middle for Ty Gibbs as well. Running a little bit long here. I think Daniel Suarez is going to fit this lap as well. He's sitting in second, has not pitted for the final time yet.
Denny Hamlin is not allowing the 22 to get away. 24 Byron making his stops. Much like Chase Elliott got caught by that yellow earlier and just never really found a way to recover. The 11 closed in within a car length of Joey Logano that time. Unfortunately, catches Austin Dillon in a bad spot, Marty.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating evening for the 24 bunch as well as the 9 bunch. Never able to kind of recover once they lost that. Byron saying this 24 group trying to find a way to that lead lap, but it has not worked so far.
The strength in the 22 car for me is his ability to turn in the middle of the corner and get up off the bottom of turn 2. Then he can roll in here, close the gap all the way to right here. The 22 turns, and he just looks so much better up off the corner.
Going by Eric Jones, that's 4th position. Jones yet to make a pit stop.
So with 71 to go, you know, it's going to be another long run, right? Who is able to keep this pace as we see Brad Keselowski now coming to pit road from the lead?
Brad coming in to get his service, Danielle.
Yeah, there was a conversation with crew chief Jeremy Bullins on when to come in, and Jeremy said, Brad, the field's starting to get spread out. Let's pit before there's a yellow. Brad said, okay, pitting this time. Here you see a clean stop. The 6 pitting from the lead down the way.
So it cycled to get Logano and Hamlin back on the lead lap. And now they're going to go back on point, driving around Suarez. Logano officially the race leader, and he's going to bring Denny Hamlin with him. Inside of 70 to go, and these two going to duke it out the rest of the way. This is really good.
Yeah, what a battle. 4/10 of a second is all there is. Probably easily measured by car lengths over time. Call it 2.5, maybe 3 car lengths from the 11 to the 22. I like how that 22 was turning on exit, but I will say it seems like that 1/3 mark has gone away. The advantage of the 11 rolling into the corner, Dale, looks like it's paying dividends compared to the 22.
It's time to really put down the laps, and we're seeing what this 11 car is capable of. 2 really, really great short track racers, and Logano and Denny Hamlin. Marty, what you got?
Yeah, Daniel Suarez in the 7 bunch caught that break earlier, not getting the penalty after everybody ran coming to pit road. They were coming, and then Daniel said, hey, if we can make it all the way, let's try it. So they did out a few more laps and lost the lead. 2 free for Suarez to tail into the race. Nice. Top 2 late in the point here at North Wilkesboro.
Lift off the turn 2 for that 22 car.
By Larson, 5 cars being scored on the lead lap.
Real. I mean, I've seen it. I've been here and seen a lot of races, and this is a traditional Wilkesboro that you get. A lot of green flag runs.
Denny Hamlin, though, is continuing to put the pressure on Logano. 5 seconds clear over Briscoe, 15 seconds clear over SVG.
Let's listen into the 22 car spotter for a few laps.
Final lap traffic.
Time on the spotter stand.
Man, this
For
is
Coleman Presley. And look at Ty Gibbs trying to get back on the lead lap here.
It's a tough spot for the 22, but Denny's just not able to be there to take advantage of it. And I love how Coleman rounded Denny's lap times up.
Hey, how about this though? Coleman Presley on the spotter stand. His dad Robert was racing the last time Cup teams were here in a points-paying event. He finished 33rd. Coleman was 7 at the time.
Coleman probably is going to take me spot him that day too. Much as experience as he has on the roof, Coleman one of the best up there. Great to listen to.
That's the difference maker right there, is the 22's ability to get through the lap traffic.
How about that race leader, Shannon?
Yeah, you know, I spoke with Coleman Presley earlier today. I asked him about his job at this racetrack and how hard it was, and he kind of downplayed it, you guys, but he has been on the radio this entire race, working his driver through that lap traffic, and most recently...
Yeah, and that was a heavy dose of lap traffic that both Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin had to work through. But Logano, when it seemed like Hamlin was going to close on him because they were 3 wide right from the 22, Logano actually got through the lap traffic a little bit better. It went from a 4/10 of a second lead up to an 8/10 of a second lead once the 2 cars got out of that said traffic. Joey Logano has been unlapped by Ty Gibbs. And Todd Gillen, now the first car, 1 lap down in the 7th place position, having a stellar night trying to advance himself into the championship round of the in-season tournament challenge. But as far as the race win goes, 6 cars are on the lead lap. The top 5 has Joey Logano in the lead, Denny Hamlin 2nd, Chase Briscoe 3rd, Shane Van Gisbergen in 4th, and Bubba Wallace rounding out the top 5 in 5th. Battle for 4th on track right now between Wallace and SVG. Bubba had actually pitted a little bit later than Van Gisbergen. Wallace was one of the last lead lap cars that did hit pit road, so he's got some slightly fresher tires right now. Lap 375 is when Wallace pitted. Gibbs at lap 376 has been of the faster cars on track recently as well. That's why he unlapped himself. And Gibbs is only a few seconds off of where the 97 and 23 car are, and he's been running faster lap times consistently than the both of them. May have a shot to get up inside the top 5 again. Should be an impressive comeback for Gibbs after pit road speeding penalty back at stage number 1. The difference is between the speeding penalty on pit road between Ty Gibbs and Ryan Blaney. They both had him when they were in the top 5. Gibbs was leading, won stage 1, had the speeding penalty, and Blaney had one here. But because Gibbs was under caution while he lost more positions on the track, he remained on the lead lap. Ryan Blaney, because of it happening during green flag pit stops, had to come through on a pass-through penalty. While he didn't lose as many positions, he is unfortunately 1 lap down, and he is in the 12th place spot right now, so quite a ways off the free pass position. So Blaney, probably going to be really difficult for him to get back on the lead lap by the end of the race, even if we were to catch a couple of cautions. Less than 50 laps to go for Logano. Hamlin has reeled him back in again within 4/10 of a second, but Hamlin couldn't get any closer than 3 to 4 car lengths off of Logano after they had cycled out of the green flag pit stops, running 1-2 in the running order. Denny pitting 1 lap before Joey went from about a second off of the lead down to a little less than a half a second, so it was worth that little bit of a gain. And obviously only having 1 lap fresher tires for Logano not going to make a difference in the sense of being that much faster. It's just going to be driver versus driver. Who can get through the lap traffic the best between the 22 and the 11 is going to win this race. And don't forget about Chase Briscoe back there in 3rd at 4.2 seconds off the lead. He, after leaving pit road, about 5 laps after Hamlin and Logano lost some time because of staying on the track that many extra laps. He went from about 2 to 2.5 seconds off the lead down to about 5.5, but he has eaten more than a second into that gap. Though the last time by, the 11 and the 22 were quicker than the 19 again, so it could be just varying on where they catch lap traffic. And I don't think Briscoe had to deal with as heavy of lap traffic as the 11 and the 22 did when they were battling for the lead for a short bit about now 10 laps ago. Both Logano and Hamlin working the outside lanes of the track as some slower cars are around the bottom. And Denny Hamlin may be a little bit better on the top lane than Joey Logano. Logano has been mastering wrapping the white line on both ends of the racetrack so far tonight. But Denny Hamlin, longer into this final green flag run, final stretch, final fuel run to the end of the race, is trying to put a charge to the 22. You got the driver who is looking to tie for the most wins this season with 1 trying to break through for the first time. Both the greats of this sport today, in fact, 2 of the most winningest active drivers in this sport today. Joey Logano, 37 career wins, second most of the active drivers in the series. Denny Hamlin, 64 career wins. Still a championship to try to search for, but a regular season title on the line for the 11. There have already been some problems now with the speeding penalty for Blaney, and then Tyler Reddick having the wreck earlier. He's multiple laps down. Denny Hamlin looking to really set sail. If he can get another win here tonight, he is going to have a pretty healthy gap over second. And Joey Logano needing the win to try to break into the top 16 in points as he's 17th coming into the day. Not a win you're in, but we have seen often throughout the course of the season how much winning matters because of the amount of points you get for winning a race versus in years past. It really make up a lot of ground. A win would definitely propel Logano into the top 16. He was only 8 points behind Eric Jones for the final spot entering the night, but he may actually gain a couple of spots and give himself a little bit of breathing room as well. Pressure will still be on the final 5 weeks of the regular season, but he could take quite a bit off here this evening. Last 2 laps consecutively, Logano better than Hamlin yet again. And Chase Briscoe, for that matter, as he slipped back to over 5 seconds out of the race lead for the second time during this green flag run. Less than 40 laps to go. Full field running order. Joey Logano leading. Denny Hamlin in second. Chase Briscoe third. Shane Van Gisbergen in fourth. Bubba Wallace in fifth. Ty Gibbs sixth. And seventh is the first car lap down now. Brad Keselowski. Todd Gilliland in eighth. Ryan Preece ninth. Daniel Suarez 10th. Carson Hocevar 11th, Ryan Blaney 12th, William Byron 13th, Austin Dillon 14th, and Ty Dillon 15th. 16th is Austin Cindric with Michael McDowell 17th, Kyle Larson 18th, Christopher Bell 19th, and Eric Jones in 20th. 21st for Chris Busch or Riley Herbst, 22nd, Zane Smith 23rd, Chase Elliott 24th, and 25th, Cody Ware. Noah Gragson 26th, 27th, Alex Bowman, then Ross Chastain 28th, Cole Custer 29th, John Henry Nemechek 30th, Tyler Reddick 31st, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 32nd, Connor Zilisch 33rd, Austin Hill 34th, Chad Fincham 35th, Josh Berry 36th, and AJ Allmendinger wraps up the 37-car running order. 3 cars out of the race, 6 on the lead lap here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. No cautions in the final stage so far, as this is the longest green flag run of the race, now spawning over 120 laps. 35 to go this time by for the 22. We'll take a quick break. We'll take our final break of the stream. You're listening live to the finish of the Window World 450 at North Wilkesboro. And almost 300 concurrent viewers watching in the chat. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content along the way. We are live every NASCAR race weekend for Truck O'Reilly and Cup Series racing on the channel. Live commentary streams across all 3 series just like this. We're also live for practice and qualifying for the Cup Series on the weekend as well. Qualifying rained out earlier this week, but hope to be back for the Brickyard 400 qualifying session next Saturday afternoon prior to the O'Reilly race. So looking at a Friday night truck race at IRP Indianapolis Raceway Park. That will be at 8 p.m. Eastern. That is the next live commentary stream on the channel. At 1 p.m. Eastern for Cup practice and qualifying next Saturday afternoon, followed by the O'Reilly race at 4 p.m. Eastern. For our doubleheader Saturday and Cup racing, the Brickyard 400. We will be live for that at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on Sunday afternoon next week. And the in-season tournament challenge final for $1 million bonus will be on the line as well. The battle for the in-season tournament challenge heading into this one, Todd Gilliland and Chase Elliott. I mentioned coming into the night, Gilliland has finished top 12 in 2 of the 3 short track races this season. He is sitting in 8th place looking at another stellar run tonight. Chase Elliott on bad pit strategy was trapped a lap down earlier, but even after falling a lap down, has now fallen a couple more laps down. He is 3 laps down on the racetrack, just not pacing well at all. And Todd Gilliland is going to beat Chase Elliott, it looks like, on speed to advance to the finals of the tournament. Ryan Blaney, who tries to advance as well, had a speeding penalty on pit road that put him a lap down. He is still ahead of Bell. He's in 12th. Bell is in 18th. Bell is actually 2 laps down on track. He was trapped a lap down, the same reason for Elliott initially. for hitting under green back in stage 2, and then a caution coming out on the backside of the run. He has since lost one more lap, but not like Elliott. He's outpacing him by a little bit, but still nowhere near to where Blaney's at. So as long as nothing crazy happens, it looks like it's going to be Todd Gilliland versus Ryan Blaney for the in-season tournament challenge championship next weekend for a $1 million bonus. As far as the race win goes, Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin are far and away the two front runners. Joey Logano is closing in on 300 laps led out of 450 tonight. 423 complete that last time by at the line. He's at 296. And Hamlin's still lurking, though, within a second of the race lead. These guys are pulling away from third. Ty Gibbs actually just made a pass recently for 5th place on Bubba Wallace and now battles Shane Van Gisbergen for 4th within a couple tenths of him. Logano's been the dominant car of the day as he just gets through a couple more lap cars. He's now got 3 of them between himself and Denny Hamlin. And there's some side-by-side lap traffic in front of the 11 car, which might hold him up a little bit. Hamlin trying to go in the middle groove 3 wide. It's going to get tied up out of turn 2, but he slides his way in there. Denny's really pushing to try to not get held up for as much as he possibly could get held up, and doesn't want the 22 car to get away from him. Kind of a cat and mouse game through this traffic, and there's still a lot more lap traffic ahead of the 22. Ryan Blaney about to go 2 laps down one of those next couple cars in front of him. And he's in 11th. Crazy. I mean, we're getting into a situation where the top 10 cars might be the only ones to finish within 2 laps of the leader. I know a lot of cars are trapped a lap down in stage 2 because of the pit stops, but we still started stage 3 with 15 cars on the lead lap. So the fact that we've lost another 10 during this final stage, I mean, that is just the pace that the 22 and the 11 are running. Primarily the 22 because he's the one leading all these laps, but the 11... doing what he can to put a charge into him. While Joey has dominated, the race is not over yet. Ty Gibbs just passed Shane Van Gisbergen that last time through turns 1 and 2, moving Gibbs to 4th. That would be road 2 if we were to get a late race caution. And with how few cars are on the lead lap, you wonder if it would be a 4-tire or 2-tire pit stop. That is going to be a decision I would not have to make if I was a crew chief. Because with few cars on the lead lap, you'd think, okay, take 4, but we've seen right side tires only fire off well for a few laps on a restart. Ty Gibbs won stage 1 taking right sides only, so I mean, that would be a very difficult decision, but obviously that was with more cars on the lead lap all the way back in the first stage. Nearly every single car was on the lead lap at that point when the first yellow came out versus only 6 now, so probably makes that decision a little tougher, I would think. You're likely not going to see anybody stay out completely like Hamlin did earlier. This has been a longer green flag run to go with it. So you do have more laps on your lefts as well. That's something to look forward to in these final 20 laps if it does come down to it. 2 1,000ths of a second the split between Logano and Hamlin that last lap. Now this time by at the line, Hamlin was about a 10th faster than Joey Logano. Joey's got side-by-side lap traffic right in front of him. The likes of Chase Elliott, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. now separating themselves as their single file. Logano blows around Stenhouse on the outside, and Elliott will be next. Actually, I don't think that's Chase Elliott. That might be is that the 16 of Allmendinger? Hard for me to tell. 35, Riley Herbst, Coca-Cola car. Actually, it's not a Coca-Cola car, but it looks like the Coca-Cola sponsorship. Bubba's got the Coca-Cola paint scheme tonight. That's a teammate of Riley Herbst, but Herbst has a similar looking car, but it is not a Coca-Cola branded race car. And one Toyota is holding up a Ford right now. Herbst is really helping out Denny Hamlin. Logano going to try to move Herbst out of the way as Denny's closing that gap. Riley being a teammate, though, for one Toyota driver versus another. Nonetheless, Hamlin's his boss. And Joey cannot get by him. And Hamlin continues to close. I want to see when the last lap that Riley Herbst pitted. Trying to find him in the running order. Herbst is in 18th right now. He last pitted at lap 380, so he does have slightly fresher tires than Logano and Hamlin by about 20 laps. I think that's another reason why Joey's having a difficult time trying to pass him, on top of the fact that he's trying to hold him up. Next car in front of Herbst is Christopher Bell, another Toyota, aiding for Denny Hamlin. Hamlin is now within 3 to 4 car lengths of his rival Logano, and there is a lot more lap traffic to come by in front of the 22 than what he's just put in the rear view with the 35 and now trying to pass the 20. 12 laps to go at the line for Logano. On a long winless streak as the 3-time Cup Series champion. Dominant all night long, Denny Hamlin putting pressure late after lap traffic has been holding up Logano in recent laps. I wonder if Ryan Blaney is going to try to hold up Denny Hamlin once Logano gets him a lap down again. Denny's getting so close, but he's having to move off the top lane of the track because of all the lap cars, so he's forced to run the middle. While Logano, for the most part, staying pinned down to the bottom of the track still. Hamlin clears Bowman, who was the last lap car in his way. Now no lappers between the top two. And 11 laps to go with about a 4-car length difference between the 22 and the 11. Oh boy, folks. Will this be a rivalry rejuvenated? These two do not like each other. They have run up at the front for years with one another. They've traded blows, traded paint with one another. Short tracks included in that. And here tonight at North Wilkesboro, we could see more of it. Once Logano got clear of that heavy lap traffic, he is starting to put a little bit of distance between himself and Hamlin yet again. I don't think the 11's got anything for the 22 if it isn't for the lap traffic holding up the leader. Noah Gragson in the 4, another 4 will get out of the way of Logano. Austin Hill now the next car up in front of the 22 car. I don't see any other Toyotas, though, that could potentially hold up Logano if we're looking at the manufacturer side of things. Ryan Blaney going a second lap down. He's in between Hamlin and Logano. Hamlin trying to run the outside and beat the 12 car to the top. Could not get by Blaney there, but Blaney's giving him a lane. Hamlin's running out of time, only 5 laps to go. I don't believe it is the longest winless streak of Logano's career because he had a few years between career wins number 1 and 2, but it's his longest, if I'm not mistaken, at Penske Racing. Looking to break through to victory lane tonight on a track where he won the All-Star race in North Wilkesboro just 2 years ago. 3 laps left. It's a little less than a mile and a half now as he circuits out of turn 2. Joey Logano's father in attendance. Spotted by the TNT cameras here late. 2 laps left. No lappers between the top 2 again, but Hamlin has faded. He's 0.8 of a second off the lead as they'll be coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go for Joey Logano. Dominating performance of the night. Dominant car, dominant driver, and a dominant race. No mistakes on pit road. Made it look easy. Joey Logano will go on to lead every lap from the restart of Stage 2 to the end of the race. 323 laps led out of 450, and Joey Logano is going to win at North Wilkesboro in the Window World 450. Back-to-back weeks for Team Penske as they hit their strides in the summer months. Headed into Roger Penske's home next weekend at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 2 hours, 50 minutes, and 54 seconds total time on tonight's race to get through all 450 laps. 5 cautions, and just like the truck race yesterday, caution free in stage 3. 17 lead changes, 43 laps under yellow. Margin of victory, 0.8 of a second for Joey Logano over Denny Hamlin. Career win number 38 for the 3-time champ. Joey Logano, 323 out of 450 laps led. 9 laps led for Hamlin, 5 for Briscoe, 47 for Gibbs, and a Stage 1 win for Ty Gibbs. Joey Logano also a Stage 2 win on top of the race win. So he does get a lot of much-needed points. Shane Van Gisbergen, 49 laps led, second most of any driver in the race today, finishes 5th. Career day for him on an oval. Bubba Wallace finishes in 6th. Brad Keselowski, 7th, was the first car lap down. Only 6 cars finished on the lead lap. Bubba led for 8, Brad for 7 during green flag pit stops. Todd Gilliland finishes in 8th and advances to the finals of the in-season tournament challenge. Awesome job done from the Front Row Motorsport Ford. Daniel Suarez 9th, and Ryan Preece gets a shout out as he will finish inside the top 10 as well in 10th. Ryan Blaney, a speeding penalty, led 1 lap during green flag pit stops, ends up 11th. William Byron finishes 12th. Carson Hocevar 13th, 14th for Austin Cindric, and 15th Kyle Larson. 16th place finish for Ty Dillon, Chase Elliott 17th, 18th Riley Herbst, Christopher Bell 19th, and Chris Buescher 20th. Eric Jones 21st, Zane Smith 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd, Michael McDowell 24th, and Noah Gregson 25th. 26th for Alex Bowman, Ross Chastain 27th, Cole Custer 28th, Cody Ware 29th, and Tyler Reddick 30th. John Hunter Nemechek 31st, Connor Zilic 32nd, 33rd for Austin Hill, 34th Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Pat Fincham 35th, Josh Berry 36th, and AJ Allmendinger 37th. As your full field finishing order for tonight's race. Once again, be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. If you're on your way out, there will be an interview with race winner Joey Logano here shortly. He's having an extended burnout following what has been over a year since the last victory for Logano in the NASCAR Cup Series. And you can tell how much this one means to him here today. Burnout alone. We did get to our like goal of over 100. We're at 126. Greatly appreciate that. We'll see if we can get up to 150 maybe by the finish of this stream in the next couple minutes. Fireworks on the backstretch at North Wilkesboro.
6-man driving a 4, passing Mark Martin to 3rd in that category. During the night, there were 9 drivers that won last year that hadn't been to victory lane this season. Joey Logano makes it 8. Here's Shannon Spade.
Congratulations, Joey Logano. Oh my goodness, you've done so many cool things in your career. How does a dominant win at North Wilkesboro, the first points race in 30 years, sound to you?
That sounds great. A win anywhere at this point would have sounded great, but coming here to North Wilkesboro is awesome. I picked up a passenger on a backstretch. We had some fun together, but what a great car. Paul Wolf, what a great car he put together for us today, and just was able to execute a smooth race. Everyone on pit road did a good job. Engine at Roush Yates was good, and yes, it just feels good to get back in victory lane. It's been a tough year, so getting a Show Penzo Mustang, doing some big smoky donuts around his place felt really good.
Joey, you've led over 300 laps in the All-Star events here, more than 300 laps tonight. How do you explain the magic that happens when you get in this 22 car here at this track?
I just think it's something that clicks for us. You know, Paul put together a good car, and feel like I know exactly what I need to go faster around this place, and he's able to give it to me. So that's you know, I knew coming this weekend, so we got to capitalize on the points. You know, a win would have been was great, but we really need the points, and so really capitalize on those tonight.
You're 15th right now, but I want to ask you about those last 100 laps, the pit stop, racing Denny Hamlin to get off pit road. How much do you and Coleman Presley live for moments like that in races?
Yeah, I mean, the pressure was there for sure. Denny got really good there in the last run, and honestly, it was whoever's out front was going to win the race that last run. You know, we were pretty dominant most of the race, but, you know, just as the race went along, Denny got better there in that last run. So, just did a decent job keeping up the track. They did a good job keeping up, but gosh, it feels good. I say, hey, my wife and all the rest of the kids, they're all at home. I wish you guys were here to celebrate, but yeah, it's gonna be home a little late.
You mentioned the points. You're 15th in points right now, 49 to the good. Congratulations to Joey Logano here at North Wilkesboro. Marty?
What a swing and what a difference one win makes. Joey Logano might have only gained 2 spots in points tonight, but he went from 8 points below the cut line to now 49 above with this race victory. Handshake from second place, Joey from Denny Hamlin to Joey Logano, longtime foes in the series. And congrats to Joey. I mean, he kicked everybody's butt here this evening. We'll be back again next weekend, live commentary coverage. I'll post in the community tab later in the week the streaming schedule, but it'll be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I already mentioned multiple times during the stream as well as the start times to that. But again, bell notification icon so you don't miss those uploads and don't miss me uploading in the community tab later in the week our schedule for next weekend. Indianapolis Brickyard 400 week crown jewel event on the NASCAR schedule. And we got some short track racing again in there as well. IRP for trucks. Going to be a lot of fun. Thanks for watching. Congrats also to Ryan Blaney, Todd Gillen advancing to the in-season tournament challenge final, as well as Joey Logano winning tonight's race. That'll be a fun battle next week as well. Thank you also, and I will see you guys. Have a good rest of your Sunday night, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed, and I'll see you on Friday.